Hello everyone, Santier here, and hey, look at that! Haven't seen this in absolute ages, and by this I mean the background. So I'm not going to look at any of the like special reforged side thingies on stream or anything, but I have to acknowledge the update that added, it's under general, added different background screens. We've had this one for absolute ages upon ages, right? Really good view off that direction, by the way, just the sun and the sky. But we've had this one for absolute ages. And on the 18th, surprise, update to the game that added the other loading screens in, which is just so exciting to see these back again. Like, I think I have some images of this in the background of like some screenshots I took of PvP templates that they had back in the day. There's apparently a whale around here somewhere. I don't know where it is. But these remind me of kind of like the Finger Islands that I hear about in some spots. And there's some like lightning effects over there for some random reason. That circle just makes me want to shoot an arrow through it to try to unlock something in Breath of the Wild. But, oh, there's the whale. You know, just casually that side. I personally think that the Nightfall one, hey, Salty Grease, is exceptionally good. Some neat cave area going on over here, but like that skybox is amazing. So I'm particularly fond of this one. Honestly, I don't have that much nostalgia. Like, the original Prophecies screen, this one is so old that it kind of only exists in vague memory for me. And what I do vaguely recall is at the time you only had 4 character slots. I'm just going to talk about this for a little bit. At the time you only had 4 character slots, and so you would have a character over like here, 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 and here, and it would kind of like select different ones. That's what my recollection was. So this is kind of a work with the new character screen sort of setup. I could be wrong on that because like we're dredging up like 20-year-old memories here that I'm talking about. And it's not like I used that screen for a long time. But yeah, at the time, there's actually probably some interesting history for those who weren't playing when Guild Wars first came out. And I mean, I was a few months in. So like there's some stuff that I missed that was probably for the best. But this screen is, yeah, this screen is super old. Also, it's good to see Hawk Dust. It's been a little while since I've seen you on stream. But when Guild Wars first came out, it was just called Guild Wars, we had 4 character slots. Okay, yeah, you started before I did then. And the reason why I was deleting some of like my very first character that I named King Templar, the reason why I deleted that character was because we had only 4 character slots. There was not a way to get more. The shop that we're all familiar with, yeah, that didn't exist yet. I noticed actually that the little advertisement thing isn't up here in the upper right corner either. But that wasn't around yet. You were stuck with 4 character slots. And they eventually, like, factions came out, and that's when we, like, that release came with more character slots. I remember that. I don't remember when the store launched, but yeah, we were limited to just 4. So I think the oldest loading screen actually had your 4 character slots show up side by side in this campground. But it's so wild to see it again. And it, like, when it first came out, I was like, whoa, this is bonkers. I didn't expect to ever see this again sort of territory. So it was very, very cool. Anyway, I want to go do... I think Wintersday should have started today, if I remember correctly, or if I'm following things correctly. So I'm going to leave my party behind. Being any winter items, yeah. And I want to go see about doing some of these quests. Where do I need to talk to? Also, need to check the prophecy stuff. Ooh, boy, that did a little lag spike as it loaded stuff in. Because I remember trying to do some of this stuff last year. I might actually have... I have Wayfarer's Reverie quests. Well, that's not useful right now. But I remember doing some of this. Yeah. 5,000 experience and 250 gold. That's nice. I'll save the reindeer. Never mind Scrooge. Now, where's the person? There should be a... I don't know where they actually would be. Up there, maybe? Oh, that's probably just for the... Oh, neat. Mantid farming. I don't even... I'm not familiar with that farm, but... Yeah, I saw the screenshot in the Discord. Those looked really good. I bet that PvP thing is actually going on right now, which is kind of neat. Yeah, snowball fight of the gods. Okay, hang on. I am... There's a somebody who collects things for hats. Maybe over there? Crunch? That looks new. But I remember doing these like much earlier under the accounts thing and not really being able to. Okay, so it wants 100 shards of candy cane for frozen accessory token. Then I need to figure out who I take that to. Season of the Zephyr is the worst time of year. Yep. Okay. I may not rhyme as well as you. That's not something I can do. Wait, what? Between just you and me and every other person who can hear, the season of the Zephyr is the worst time of the year. The temperature starts rising and the veil of ice is torn, and into vile greenness, icky baby things are born. It's disgusting to invite the awful brightness while it's bleak, and it would be such a blessing if held off for just a week. The chill is quite important, as my awful mother said, for reflection, introspection, and bedecking of your head. I see that caught your notice, but I won't condemn your goal, because the more absurd your headpiece, the humbler your soul. Why else would a devoted one, who had served Grunth all these years, wear such a floppy nightmare up between his grizzled ears? So go and do my master's will, and I'll make you this vow. 100 shards of candy cane earn something for your brow. Huh, that is a rhyme. Interesting. Okay. As I recall, getting those can be kind of a challenge. I'm not sure where the collector is who wants that, but... You know what? That's fine. What is Dunbarry talking about over here? Ah, yeah, you can get stuff with those. That's one of the things that I want to do, is I'm pretty sure I have an excess of things to get rid of. Look, a guard. Hello, friend guard. No worries here. I'm happy. Look, kid, you've got to get me out of here. This happiness thing is killing me. I'm not sure what this is about. I'd like to help, but I can't see a way. I don't know what the story here is. There's definitely a story here. Okay, there's definitely some sort of story here. I think a lot of people do stuff with the rings. We're at 5 districts in Commandant, by the way. Okay. Rune trader. Hello. Yeah, you want Corsair stuff. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out who wants the thing in order to be able to, but you know what, the turn-in probably will tell me. Alright, for now, the quest. Not that quest, the other quest. Save the reindeer. Foreigner of the first city. I think this is one that I was trying to do. Forget if it's best to go from Blacktide Den or from Jocknear Diggings. It's best to go from here because this is an 8-person area. Problem solved. Man, some of those sound effects are great. Ooh, I can actually change up my Rangers builds too, because I have stuff for that, which is neat. I'm gonna make you Punishing Shot, because I feel like it. Maybe less of this and more like Savage Shot, Body Shot. Margaret. Got my money. Hey, Clean Star. Good to see you. I don't have incendiary arrows yet, which would be nice, but what if I just drop this wilderness survival nonsense? Just going barrage here. Barrage interrupts energy management. Maybe I remove Hex for variety's sake. And pin down's actually surprisingly useful. Good utility there. Sure. You can be healing bursts now, which is a nice little upgrade, in my opinion. Probably don't need Glyph of Lesser, but we'll leave it there. Yeah, this is fine. If I had some other stuff that could work well, I might consider it, but whatever, that's fine. Wow, that's pinker than it was, isn't it? This is graphics option. Yeah, it's actually what it is it's less blown out. So like if you see this one, there's more brightness. This is a bit darker, and so it's not as like bloomy and stuff. So you can actually see the pink a bit more. That's interesting. Yeah, dual attune, earthquake eruption, yeah, stoning, open hawk, that seems good to me. And Vec is doing this sort of stuff, which also seems good to me. Lightning orb is a little bit like its damage is good, but also it eats up energy like crazy. Okay, salty grease. What am I doing? Am I doing? Yeah. Let's keep this random build up for now. Okay. Some enchanted snowmen. Maybe I should stop repping Halloween. Oh, hey, birthday present. Second birthday. I got a Hecate Warrior. And I have 6 trick-or-treat bags that I did not open. I am seasonally inappropriate. I'm going to hide that for now. Man, I love some of these sound effects. They make me think of the Swamp Loveland Hexen. And it's just like this deep nostalgia. 15 minutes into the stream and I'm finally starting to do something. Huzzah. Okay, yeah, it's all the way up there, but that's fine. I'd rather go into this with an 8-person party. It'll just be a little faster, I suppose. Can't see space at dead enemies. For those who are unfamiliar with Hexen, it is an FPS from the 90s that has 3 different character classes in a fantasy-styled setting, and I have a playthrough of it on my channel that I streamed a while back, my YouTube channel, so you can check it out if you want to. I have a lot of nostalgia for it. I kind of wanted to replaying it's Doom Engine game. I've been kind of wanting to replay its prequel, Heretic, for a while now. But the problem that I run into is I find that I tend to get motion sick these days from the FPS titles, unfortunately. So, but probably not on a smaller screen. I think that's definitely a factor. Man, Peace and Harmony looks like just the most genius thing against these Iboga. Man, the last time I was trying to do this stuff, I couldn't because I didn't have enough map presence or my level was too low. I recall trying to do this one and was really struggling. Just my characters were just too new at the time. It's no longer a problem, thankfully. I'll pick up your pittance of golds. I'm very curious to see, though, with this Reforged update. I do actually want to go up this hill. Like Reforged mode. Like where that will end up going in the future. Because that's a potential... Like they are testing the waters for a lot of potential things. And I am deeply curious on how that will end up getting realized and such. Let's open these. Nature Burning Titan. It's definitely better than the Second Warrior. Miniatures were a really cool idea when they first came out, and now they are an inventory-consuming idea. And Guild Wars 2's implementation is definitely showing that they've learned some lessons. I'll put it that way. There's a lot of things I think Guild Wars 2 does better than Guild Wars 1. And the miniatures are one of them. The deposit button is also... The materials deposit is really nice as well. Yeah. I'm on my main account, I'm probably going to soon be doing or at some point here, do a consolidate and purge. So that way I have like one of each sort of thing. Maybe keep a few additionals. That way, like, each character carries one, and then I have one of each that I have in my bank. But trying to bring too many is just not great. Okay, I need to go find a reindeer. Right. Find the kidnapped reindeer and fire near the first city. You have found 0 groups of the reindeer. Well... I forgot that that gave so little specific direction. Also, the right click consume all button is very good, and I want it in this game also. I could just look these up on the wiki, but I don't feel like it. be churning through these guys super fast. I feel like I remember candy cane shards being a weirdly rare drop compared to what I'd expect them to be. That might also just be heroes like absorbing 90% of them. Actually, let's see, 7 of 8 is minus 125 from 1,000. 875, 37.5%. Yeah, it's pretty close to 90% of the drops. Not quite that bad, but it's pretty close. This area is fun. Like right here. It's all just a bunch of weaklings, but... That's what makes it fun. Just walk in, churn up a bunch of dudes. Walk out. Feel sad for your minion master. Relentless Corpse. Man, how many video makers for Guild Wars 1 from like back in the day and stuff would have loved having the RP walk? I'm trying to find some reindeer, and my quest is just telling me that I need to find reindeer groups in Far Near the First City. So I'm just kind of wandering around looking for reindeer groups instead of looking it up on the wiki because it, I don't know, seemed fun. Also, I'm just gonna rock Halloween stuff, because why not? I don't need to, like, interact with this Frost Maiden more, do I? No, it just said I met the Frost Maiden and then I need to go look for the groups. Okay. It's been ages since I've done this quest. I might have done it like 2 years ago, at least in part. But I don't remember the details at all. Come on, drop more candy cane shards. Stop being so stingy. Doing these side quests also is just a way of getting like resources and things, so I guess I don't need to worry about skill points. I have 69, which is a pretty nice number. I'm definitely choked on gold more than I am on skill points when it comes to getting skills, so. This is what? Plus 100 maximum health and plus 10 maximum energy. I am also unfogging this map. A valuable and vital endeavor. I got fruitcake. Good old fruitcake. I think I need to go down this hallway. Well, I should check the area where the Apocrypha hangs out for the mission, just to make sure there's no reindeer that have decided to go into an area that's doom infested. I think it might just be water gin in here, though. Ios Blessed Wind. Yeah, that doesn't look like any reindeer. Look at those doom spires. I like how they tied the stuff that they did with Tomb of the Primeval Kings back in factions. When factions came out. With Abaddon. I don't know why I call them Doom Spires. They're Abaddon Spires. Got my Fallen Gods mixed up. I have no defense. I just got confused. These are the Scree that I like. Nice and weak and easily killed. Such an annoying enemy. More smashy smashy. I don't know why they installed those. Not that video games have ever been particularly about making sense, but... Now I'm thinking about, they've announced, I saw the sunlight thingy, and they've announced, they being ArenaNet, that the next part of the Visions of Eternity Guild Wars 2 expansion coming out in February will have a legendary ring, and they were showing some of the special effects, which is why I was thinking of that sun things, because it looked like a sunbeam coming down on you. Anyway, I bring it up because I'm wondering just how expensive that's going to be. I still, like... One of my big questions for ArenaNet is, like, why is the Legendary Relic so dang expensive? It's so disproportionately expensive compared to other things, and that confuses me. Anyway, let's go kill a bunch of plants. I definitely have been hitting the wrong buttons a couple of times here. Oh, there was a boss in there, but it's dead now, so nobody cares. Aha. And aren't I supposed to have like a meter or something? Like a reindeer finding meter? I feel like I'm missing something. I don't know. If I circle this place and I don't see any friggin' reindeer like anywhere, well, this was just a garden, I guess. This is a neat little spot to view this from. That's cool. Okay, anyway, where was I? I was walking back. So if I don't see any reindeer like anywhere, I'm probably going to go back up to where the Frost Maiden is and see if I missed an interaction there. Because that seems like the most likely explanation. I don't know why there's all these dead shore watchers around. This guy apparently decided to stand underneath one of these crushy trap bell thingies that are here for inexplicable reasons. I know I'm repping the wrong holiday. They should have made... Do they have combat? First of all, this tonic should be in Guild Wars 2 100%. But it might be. I don't know. This combat tonic, because that'd be cool. But I don't know if they have a snowman equivalent in Guild Wars 1. I know there's a snowman. I think there's a snowman tonic in Guild Wars 2. I don't know. If they're not combat tonics, I really don't care about them. So, yeah, it's just my biases. Okay, I think I missed something, and I need to go talk to the maiden again, because that's the impression that I have right now. Don't know how much you need lightning reflexes there, Jin, but... I'm glad these guys have been dropping a lot of gold coins at least. It's easier on my inventory. It's apparently full of random junk. I have Gwen's broken flute. A dubious axe. Cat ears. I'm not even sure what Wintersday hats I want. I don't think I have any unlocked. Okay. These items are going to be worth so little, it's not worth trying to pick them up. Unless they're un-ID'd, I guess. That has some promise of potential. Okay, this is getting suspicious enough at this point that I'm going to go make my way back over to the Frost Maiden and see if I missed some interaction or something. Because I should have found something by now. Okay, so let's see. What is in my inventory? Frosty Summoning Stone from a while ago. My very dubious axe. That do be an axe. This one has a max Furious mod, which is pretty nice. Same with this. Probably won't hang on to it. I need a better sword. That's okay. I see that my inventory has a number of questionable things in it. I have Sons of Revolution. I have this weird stance longbow, which I could use for pulling. Yeah, those furious weapons that I can later make into actual good weapons. A tapestry shred I need to give to Gwen and Eye of the North eventually. And no equipment pack, which is definitely a huge downside. That's not a good shield. It is my shield. What is this? Shocking. Okay. I guess in case I want the shocking modifier. Spirit of Winter seems appropriate. Was that humbugs or something? Oh, I found a kidnapped... When did I find these kidnapped reindeer? Was it just now while I was absolutely distracted looking at my inventory? Well, I found some reindeer. I'm still going to make my way back towards the Frost Maiden's general direction because I didn't see other reindeer. But I absolutely ran into those guys by accident and then didn't realize it until I was like halfway through the whole process. So that's a thing that happened. There might be another group actually down in there somewhere that I need to look for. I feel like I vaguely remember that is the main reason why I say that. But we'll continue circling around for the moment. I wonder if Scale-Tooth is bone or scale. Probably bone, right? I'm going to salvage the scale fin because it'll probably turn into scale. My expectation is this is worth selling. If it doesn't have a requirement, it's probably not good. That's the general rule of thumb for you. Okay, I should merchant that. That 14% guided by fate is fine. It's largely acceptable, but it's just not something I need particularly. So I also maybe will give this axe to a hero. I got Wings axe, so that's kind of what I'm using right now. I want Brawn over Brains for the Thunderfist Brass Knuckles. But I also have these Dragon's Restraint Daggers, which have expertise, which is just kind of superior sort of effects, largely for what I might actually do. Right, okay. I'm gonna go back down into this area because I feel like that might be where there are some based entirely upon vague memories. This would be a great time to have a fallback chain, but I don't, so we're just gonna slowly stroll our way there. Hope everyone is doing well. I've been enjoying a lot of Pokemon Legends Z to A. It's an interesting, different take on the Pokemon formula. And it'd be really cool to have a Guild Wars 1 Universes Beyond set for Magic the Gathering. Honestly, I'd be happy with any Guild Wars set, but I imagine you'd want to try to incorporate both somehow, right? Actually, now that I think about it, if I were to do a Guild Wars Universes Beyond set, I would do Guild Wars 2 themed cards with the regular frames, and then use retro frames for Guild Wars 1 themed cards. That would be a neat way of doing it. Keep casting Signet of Devotion on me, if you can call that casting. Signet of Rejuvenation. If I'm yawning here and you're hearing it, it's because I got to sleep later last night than I would have liked. And I'm a wee bit tired. Just kind of how things go, I suppose. Ah, that's what we're looking for over there. My recollection was correct. Well, that definitely could have been a little bit faster if I'd just gone down there and then over here and ignored that area entirely, but you know what? It was fun to go and explore an area that I don't really go to. Okay, now we need to make that trek back, which is the unfortunate part of my pathing. We'll just ignore that we've walked along this road 3 times now. 4 if you count the other way. Something like that. A lot. We've gone this way a lot. Oh well. Because I need to keep up with my team, I can't just sprint myself ahead. This is, again, fallback would be really nice here. I should probably progress this character through Eye of the North and go grab Livia. Use her for my Bipper. One of the things I've been thinking about is how I want to distribute Rich List skills and Paragon skills to an extent as well. Just we have favor right now. Can you? Yeah, Champion of Balthazar. You can buy these things like increased attack speed or morale boosts. For 20 minutes, your attacks have 10% armor penetration. It's pretty good. +1 fire magic. War attributes raised by 1. Scythe mastery +1. Paragon command +1. And Paragon spear +1. These do not all seem even. Like, this is all war attributes for 150 gold. This is specific attributes for 150 gold. Then that seems a little bit dubious. I do like this idea of, like, while you have favor, you can go to the statues of the gods and summon their avatars and get benefits and stuff. But it is ultimately a system that I don't really interact with very much. Also, it's a little bit different depending upon which game you're playing. I'm pretty sure... I don't remember. I think it's different. I think, like, Prophecies doesn't have quite as many options, or it's a little bit differently allocated or something. It's been a while. Again, it's a really cool system that I don't make any use of because I don't see a reason to spend money on temporary buffs that feel largely unnecessary. Like, I'm not going to base my game plan around whether or not we have favor. It just seems like you're asking for trouble. Also, somehow these scale have managed to avoid all of my previous runs through here. It's possible that picking up those other guys spawned them, and it's possible that there's just a lot of patrols. Oh, that's a scale claw that's worth a little bit more. Probably worth more than the tribal blade. Yeah, I'm gonna try to reduce my inventory down a lot. I'm actually probably should give this scythe to Milani, now that I'm thinking about it. You found them, fantastic. Yeah, okay, Matani keys. This quest is long. I don't know why they think that my party is too big for an 8-person area, but I think it's because I'm coming from a smaller one or something. I have scale fins over here too, and minotaur horns. I need to turn some of these in. I do have one candy cane shard, and I have, didn't remember getting some of those. I need to go to Prophecies and turn some random things in. For now, I want to drop these off and drop off these fruitcake. Seems like a good deal to me. Okay. Step 1, merchant. Yeah, see, that's actually worth some money. Most of those were not worth money. Okay. I have a platinum deposit, which I'm going to do. Vec, let's get you out of here for a second. Milani, are you still using... Yeah, that's not very good. Okay, I'm going to customize this off of... is there a weaponsmith in here? This is like a really random question. I'm almost never looking for a weaponsmith. So they're kind of an NPC I ignore a lot of the time. Okay, I'm going to withdraw 10 gold because that's why I need to customize this. And go to my guild hall because you know what? There is a weaponsmith there. This, customize it, please. I want the plus 20% damage. There. Now when I have to use Milani, at least her weapon is a little bit better. A little bit better. Max damage is definitely an upgrade. I'm pretty sure that's max. Right? Yeah, 9 to 41. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to kick her back out of the party and get the Vexter back in. I don't know if he likes being called that or not. Probably not. I don't know why I'm still carrying around a Gwen's broken flute. That's the thing that you just find in Ascalon, right? Probably have a strength hat on right now. I definitely need to get more Zaishin questing type stuff done, but it's like there's different levels of priority, and like priority 1 is finish campaigns. So Zaishin questing is going to be good for resources though. I'll probably get spear stuff, a mixture on this character and a mixture on like my ranger, because rangers can use spears pretty well too. But as warriors, but there's a bunch of energy ones. Right, we don't want reindeer coats. I understand, ma'am. Why do I feel like I remember being given a little bit more in the way of direction for where these enemies were? Certainly am not being given a whole lot now. Do I have enchantment removal? Not really. Instead, I have enemies getting killed by earthquakes, I guess. Or eruption, more like. The earthquake and its counterpart are just so painful. Dragon Stomp. Getting knocked down. It just feels so bad to be knocked down and interrupted by a skill with a 3-second cast time. Oh. Well, these guys are bad for our Ellies. I don't know if you saw the Chillblains or not, but I did. Okay, well, maybe they can reduce damage a lot with their enchantments, but not enough, evidently. So we're currently up to 11 whole gold after picking up those gold drops, because that's how math works. You know, I probably haven't been there in a while. I'm gonna go hit up the treasure. That's over on the coast down this way by... Not that boat. That boat's not broken up enough. But there is one that's down there that has treasure at it. And I'm going to go hunting that. Man, Peace and Harmony is so nice against these friggin' Boga. I don't know if they have a skill quite like that in Guild Wars 2. I know there's like lots of ways of mass removing conditions from yourself. But what are they worshipping this bloodback Morab over there? That's kind of what it looks like. Fascinating. Oh, my minions have also found something to fight. Well, that's fine. Istani Cultist. No. I have no idea what the story behind those cultists is. It certainly is an intriguing one. I think you can get these treasure chests like once a month or something like that. I don't do them particularly often, but I mean, it would not be a bad idea from a resources standpoint to regularly run over and pop them open. Over there on this crashed Canthan ship. You know it's from Cantha because it has Canthan design and also Jade. I don't know where that boat looks a little bit like a Corsair ship to me. But you can see Canthan design and Jade. This is something that I remember when I first came to here was really mind-blowing of like, they included stuff from Cantha, cross-campaign things going on. And like, there's some of that you can see in Prophecies with Ilona things, obviously in the Crystal Desert. A little bit not quite the same, but I don't know, it's just a very neat moment. A motivation shield. I wonder if I'll find that any good. Iron Tooth Drakes. We're going to have to go hunt those. They might drop kebabs. Hey, I found some reindeer. I don't know where the other ones are, but I found those ones. I'm going to go towards the Zephyr thingy over there. That might have more over that way. Excuse me. Iron Tooth Drakes are a much higher priority than captured reindeer. I need so much Drake kebab, you know? Give me chunks of flesh. Yes, victory is mine. Chunks of Drake flesh are just such a rare thing. I do like that these guys, I don't know which one it is, but use the Spirit of Winter as well. That just feels very flavorful to me. Let's see Obsidian Flame going off over there. Okay, there might not be anything over at this Zephyr, but worth checking. Pure of Heart. Well, it's a modifiable shield. I'll give it that much. Motivation is not an especially useful attribute. Just because that's... Oh, finally. That's the one that was nerfed the hardest. The command tends to be a little bit better. This is a general rule. Man, this is such a pretty map. Somebody said it's... Like, it's kind of a crime that we didn't get... Hi, reindeer. It's kind of a crime that we didn't get Matani keys in Guild Wars 2, because I bet it would look even better there, and it's gorgeous in this map. My plan right now is there's a village in somewhere in this area, and I'm going to go investigate that general direction. I still find it really funny that the first group of reindeer I found was... I didn't even realize what was going on until I had walked off with them. I was like, as in noticing the Spirit of Winter, I'm like, huh, that's interesting. Unfortunate. Ensign Lumi, what's your deal? Do you have anything good going on? The answer was no, incidentally. Poison Heart is one of those skills that's really tricky to know how to actually use well. It's point blank range sort of effect, but it's poison you and foes around you. And it's like, okay, but like poison is kind of, I mean, it's fine, but it's not particularly powerful. But it's just one of those things where I just don't know how to make a good use of it. Because you typically aren't... Like, it feels like it's better on a secondary necro than on a primary. But it also feels like it's trying to be designed with, like, Plague Touch type skills and effect, but then you're already poisoning things? I don't know. It just seems like a really convoluted way of trying to get a lot of poison around. And it's not worth messing with. That is my take on it. I need candy cane shards for sure. Do be careful. You can sell them for a gold a piece, which would be amazing in Guild Wars 2. Oh my goodness. But no, in this game that is not. That is nothing. And you can salvage them to dust, so you probably don't want to do that with either of them. Interesting. I had have char bags on this character. I had forgotten that I had done that. Heard how that had happened or whatever. I don't remember the process. I'd have to go and rewatch my old streams for the start of this, which I guess I could do. If I really want something on in the background or something, maybe. I don't know. I don't tend to rewatch my streams all that often. But I certainly... Oh, I'm correct. There are some over here. I certainly appreciate everyone who does go and watch the VODs. I know that there's regulars of you who do that, and I appreciate it. Funnily enough, I got my like end of the year YouTube, like, here's your best performing video and that sort of thing. And like, if I remember correctly, it was saying that my best performing video of the year was the slow playthroughs first part. Which I'm like, yeah, that checks out. That definitely is a video of mine that consistently is like doing well. Which makes me happy that people are interested in it. Recognize that's a lot to get through, that whole series. But it was a really interesting experience for me. And it's wild to believe that I started that like 5 years ago. But it does feel like it's been a long time, so it makes sense. It's just wild to think about. I'm pretty sure that was 2020 when I started it. But it is just kind of funny that like, oh yes, your best performing video this year was one you released 5 years ago. That's okay. How it goes. Various parts of the skill review project also tends to be consistently like not putting up big numbers, but putting up just little bits here and there, and people definitely seem to appreciate that series as well. Although its grading scheme is maybe a little confusing for some people. Here's our Frost Maiden. I can see why she's not doing this herself. She's only level 10. Level 10 trying to solo this area would not go well. Okay. Let's go talk to Grandfather Kringle. Commandant Julevistan. Somebody's trying to sell a mini Shido Dagachi. Do I want this shield? I don't think I want that shield. I do want to salvage that, and I want to make sure to put this chunk of Drake flesh away. And my bonk. Bonko. Okay, scales. Where am I storing chunks of Drake flesh? Right here. I have 1 kebab and 3 chunks of Drake flesh. I need a total of slightly more chunks of Drake flesh than that. I just unlocked a not the face +6 inscription, which is a little underwhelming. I must say. I see. The next one. The Grinches have struck again. Apparently, the reindeer kidnapping was just a distraction while they're busy with rescue. Let's see. While we were busy with rescue, the Grinches snuck in and stole some of Dwayne's presents. It'll be given away at the end of the festival. Plains of Jaren. Yes. Let's go get those, I guess. Yeah, I'm just not motivated to use that shield. Ha 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 ha. I believe the Stark Priest Banda collected these Corsair coins. I'll go winter green candy cane. Why not? Add it to the pile. Pile is currently 12. I will sell this Eagle Defender though because I don't need it. I want the 232 gold more. $100 for 10 ecto. Wow. That's charging a lot for candy cane shards. Well, unless ecto is still a little bit depreciated, but that's still quite a bit. I mean, again, I feel like I remember them being... Yeah, somebody's trying to buy Stygian gemstones for an ecto each. Yeah, anyway. Rudy the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Takora by herself is probably not the most ideal monk. You should probably swap her out. Hang on. I think Donkey is a better choice because he's spec'd for that. He's a prop monk. Boon prot works fine, but it's like... Anyway. Actually, let's just do this better. Just bring the Ellies and Donkey. Yes. Let's go... Find stolen presents. If I remember correctly, these don't have a proper interact thing, so you can't actually just find them by doing that. Yeah, there's one of the presents. You can still click on them, but you actually have to find the model. I've recovered one of the stolen presents, which was this one. In Guild Wars 2 land, that would disappear, but not in Guild Wars 1 land, so that's fine. We're not going to worry about it. It's there to light up when you get close. Or some such. Is it just me, or do a lot of these quests have you looking for things that are vaguely hidden somewhere? Seems like an oddly common recurring theme. I feel like I remember one being kind of in this general... Oh, there's... This general vicinity. How many do we need to find? Until the quest objective closes. That's how many we need to find. But you can see that it doesn't have a name, so that way it won't show up when you hold or have like interactables displayed. Probably a smart idea. Elementalists reapply their attunements. That's interesting. I'm paying attention to the sound of the waterfall. It gets quieter when I'm not looking at it, which doesn't make any sense. We're not going to worry about that. Logical nonsense. It may be... I have likely... If it's the same issue that I have had traditionally in Guild Wars 2... that's what I'm looking for over there. what's going on is, yeah, it's trying to come out. It's coming out my left. So it may be trying to come out rear speakers I don't have. I don't know. I feel like there's some wonkiness with, and that it's something that I've been having as a general problem. And like, in order to nice money, in order to solve it, I don't know what I'd need to do, so I haven't been able to solve it. Yeah, because that's now distinctly coming from the left. Now that's quiet. And I think what's going on is it's trying to put it through back speakers. I know, it's something that I should probably try to look into at some point in time, especially if it's going to start affecting this game. Because it has been a problem. I remember actually having a problem with that same sort of thing in Darksiders 3. And there was some option that I was able to locate that fixed it. I don't remember the details of that anymore, though. But it was a specific option within the game to like toggle to something different with the sound system. And I don't know. I don't know where the problem arises from. If there's some window setting that I can, but like as far as I can tell, the window settings aren't trying to do something weird. So it's very confusing. I was just double checking to make sure I didn't need to bring Rudy back, because he might be a little bit far from me at this point. I mean, that should catch up eventually, but looks like we don't have favor anymore. Okay. Listener Isles. Yeah. Beck New Harbor. Okay, let's flesh out our party again. It's kind of a weird arrangement, but it's fine. It's fine. Getting dark outside. It's mostly dark. Okay, here, I need to talk to Frost Maiden. Rudy tried to knock me off the cliffs more times than I care to count, but we got here in one piece. That's all that matters. I definitely remember... I think I need to go down that way. I'm not actually sure. And PNH is just so nice. Good old peace and harmony. After I adjusted boots. Come with a rune. Prismatic. I mean, I like prismatic as a concept. It's just not... The problem with them trying to use all the elements is that it also does not work with the rest of the design of the Elementalist. It's kind of like if they were trying to tell you to race golf carts or something, except like run a golf cart in NASCAR. Like you wouldn't do that. That's not the right venue for that. I don't don't know. That's not a perfect metaphor. What's a better metaphor? No chunks of drag flesh for me. Okay, I'm gonna try going north. My basic point is that Elementalist wants the design of Elementalist between like energy costs and attunements and stuff, and needing to like wanting to max out your runes for maximum damage, pushes you towards wanting to do one element. And then they keep trying to do stuff to make you use, or to encourage you to do multiple, and it's inherently pushing back against the design of the Elementalist as a profession, and it's just a problem. Guild Wars 2 does it by making your elements basically your weapon swaps. Kinda, sorta. I still think it's clunky there, but... Okay, I definitely feel like I've missed something. But it's hard to know what. That's part of the issue. Hmm. I'm not sure how broad the look a present effect is either. Well, I need to go back to the Frostmaiden afterwards anyway, so it doesn't hurt to do a little bit of a loop around the area in the hopes of uncovering them. There's a decent chance I may look up the present locations. Excellent hit. Oh. I keep doing that as if bringing those up is going to help me be able to locate anything that I'm looking for here. It, in fact, will not. I found some Iron Tooth Drakes, though, and I want to go hunt them. So I'm going to. Chunks of Drake flesh. I think they can also drop string the Drakes on a plane thing. There's the banana scythe. What a weird weapon that is. Have they brought the banana scythe back in Guild Wars 2? I know they don't have scythes in that game properly, but... I mean, they've got several scythe skin variants on staves, so... If they brought the Envoy staff back. Or Envoy scythe back as a staff skin, so that's pretty neat. Mosu Reeds does not sound like what I'm looking for. Okay, well, that's what I get for using a melee weapon in a bunch of ranged areas. Where with a bunch of ranged weapon peoples. I know what I mean. it might be a bit more southern. Again, I don't know how close you have to be to get Rudy's nose to light up. And it should call it out like it did in the other map. So. I feel like there's one. Okay, let's search more of the southern edge. Okay, there should be one. I think there's 3 again. So I can at least look for Grenches. There's like a potential clue off. Oh yeah, and there's the stolen present as a object in my inventory. Forgot that it worked that way. A lot of scale on these maps. I'd forgotten just how many there were. Again, Peace and Harmony is just so nice against the Evoca. I'm just looking over, like, you know, they'll stack like 2 or 3 hexes on me. Peace and Harmony comes down, removes them, and then makes the next hex that's also applied to me end like very quickly as well. And it's just lovely to see that working that way. See like several hexes there. It successfully took off a hex, but then made the next 2 that were applied to me in back-to-back order like end right away. So that was really nice. It's like there are other ways of removing stuff, but those ones definitely are working quite well. Okay, there's a bunch of these drakes around, and I want the potential to get chunks of drake flesh, so I'm hunting them. I should probably pick up Enraged Charge. I'm looking for Grenches as well. I'm kind of sweeping the area. It wouldn't surprise me if I'm missing stuff up on the like center spot. What's my inventory? Pretty full. Okay. Yeah, that'll happen. That will happen. Yeah, there's all those troublesome flamingos over there. Yep, keep the gold coins coming. I like scale fins too. Stuff that's taxed. That's what's good. Candy cane shards. Nice, nice. Definitely rarer than I want them to be. Hey, Hades. Or Hads, I guess. My brain wanted to read those Hades. Uh-huh. That feels... If you are genuine, I recommend changing your messaging to feel less scammy. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting pretty close to the let's look up where these things are portion of the questing. I'm going to go down this line a little bit. Actually, no. I'm going to go... Well, that doesn't connect up, does it? I'm going to go down this line a little bit and look around a little bit more, but... You know, something that strikes me, I mean, Guild Wars 1 is better about doing this in Guild Wars 2, but of having a big, broad, open area. But something that strikes me is this map does that especially well, because it really just, it has those underwater ridges, and you can't do that in Guild Wars 2 because they're swimming. So, my inventory is too full for fruitcake, you say? I probably don't need this Gwen's flute thing, but 28, 25. Okay, yeah, it's probably not worth a whole lot. Let's just drop this for a fruitcake. Okay. We're at the... Let's look up these. That is not the name of this quest. I need to scroll over. Find the stolen presents. Ah, okay. We need to go this way, I guess. There's one in there, and there's one like up there. It seems like. Yep, there's the grunches now. I can see them. Well, that died before I could hit it. You guys are actually dropping decent amounts of gold, relatively speaking. EMAB. What do you want, EMAB? Blast little bugs. How I hate them. Terrible, itchy, crawling, biting, horrible. Either do you hate bugs as much as I do? I thought you might. Bring me 3 insect appendages and I'll give you stuff as a reward. Not really that great of stuff, but you know, it's a reward. Yeah, like it was the clue. Was it the grunches? Seems like a pretty good clue. Yeah, you know, that doesn't actually help me. keep wanting to hold down the buttons that show enemies and stuff, and then having to remind myself that doesn't help you see presence. Oh, there it is. My inventory is full. Okay. Well, I can tell you right now that I want that more than I want these half-digested boots. Just need to go all the way over there and then all the way back. That's our objective. Whee! Probably should have looked this up ahead of time, but whatever. That's why we keep insect appendages, because you never know when you're going to get more. Fancy name for a leg. Let's get this Titan out here. This is one of the other things too, is the way Guild Wars 2 minis work. They are more consistent about like being able to be deployed, because they just are deployed, rather than you having to go into fiddle around your inventory every time. Lots of things I like about this game better than Guild Wars 2, but minis definitely got improved implementation. Okay, as we are running through whatever we want to call this territory, time to switch my water cups around, apparently. I feel like we're really stretched long. I kind of want to go up, because that's where I'm ultimately needing to go. Yeah, see, P&H doing a bunch of work there. So many hexes, it could only do so much, but... And that thing died to the minions, as it ought to. Excuse me. Very different sky than Kryta. It's a lot cooler in its temperature, like color palette. I was just thinking the palm trees, or these trees over on the sides, that they are making me think of Kryta a little bit. Yeah, there's the Grunches. There's the present. I see it over there. Be the last one then. I do appreciate that Ridu's nose actually does glow. Where am I supposed to put eggnog? Have you thought about that, game? Okay, I'm gonna see if this bow is... Yes, it is pretty terrible. Put the eggnog there. And Rudy's nose is no longer glowing. What's in here? Coal? I think you can sometimes get coal from some stuff, or charcoal rather, which does actually have some value to it, so it's not useless. That's the thing too. Coal is traditionally been used as a fuel source, so it's kind of I wonder where the tradition of it being a like bad gift, or like the gift that the bad kids got, comes from. It's kind of an odd tradition when you think about it. Oh, I see. Yeah. I have to kind of go around here a little bit. Might have to fight some more scale, but be a shorter route. Feel kind of like I've had a whisker stuck in my teeth, which is a very unpleasant feeling, and I don't recommend it. So I've been trying to move it around with my tongue to try to get rid of that sensation. I think I might have finally gotten rid of it, though. Okay, let's fight these scale over here. It's possible it's just part of the salad I had before starting the stream. That is also a possibility. Well, that net was effective. It is now completely dark outside. Pretty much, anyway. Boy, now I kind of want to go on my rant about street lights and LED lights and stuff. I think it's just made driving at night worse. Okay. Go talk to Grandfather Kringle back in Kamadan Julevistan. The basic problem is I feel like the modern LEDs are so bright that they're constantly blowing out your night vision, which actually makes it harder to see at night. That's basically the summary of my rant. But I also, like, we've been having these white street lights that they've been using, and I also dislike those for another reason of they look too much like headlights. It makes things needlessly confusing. Expert salvage spider silk in order to get silk. It's very clever, and I appreciate that cleverness. Okay, prismatics. Okay, weirdly enough, I'm going to actually salvage this prismatic insignia out, and the reason for that's super simple. This is worth 14 gold, and this is worth 25. I can probably ID this to make it worth even more. Yeah, it's 42 now. I'm going to go ahead and turn this into Grandfather Kringle. But it looks like Grenth might just win this year. All those presents you recovered were booby-trapped by the Grunches. I have to admit, it is a rather clever plan. It's impossible to tell one of the sabotage presents from the normal ones. No one wants to open their gifts now. Wintersday Spirit is falling to an all-time low. If this keeps up, Grenth will surely win, and we will be subjected to an even longer winter. I think I might have just the solution to our problem. You see, I brought a festive moa with me that we can use to cheer people up. This isn't just any moa. Oh no. This moa loves to dance, and anyone that sees her shake her tail feathers can't help but get into the Wintersday Spirit. I go myself, but I am plumb tuckered out from holiday travel. Will you go to my place and escort the breakdancing bird to those in need? Yes. Okay. I'm gonna salvage scales out of these scale. So. Oh, apparently one of them salvaged a tan hide, which feels like a ripoff, but that's what you'd have to deal with, I suppose. Wasn't the rune person? The rune person was on the other side. Well, let's just. There's a merchant here. I'll merch all the other stuff. And Swa. Thank you. you sell Mending Touch, Ton? By any... Oh, I am dervish moding. Hang on. I want to go monk moding for just a moment. You sell Mending Touch? No? I might go check... What's her face first, then? Yeah. Buys it for 42 gold. Makes me more money than the thing was previously worth. I'm going to go check the Kodesh Bazaar to see if I can buy Mending Touch here, because I keep wanting to have it unlocked on my account, and not having it unlocked on my account is annoying me. So we're going to see if I can unlock it. A lot of people coming up here to Bram, which makes sense, because Bram is... Why would you go... Okay, you know what? Pathfinding is weird sometimes. Like, we got these algorithms that are trying to find their paths. Also, it's suddenly raining, so, that's going on. Is Mending Touch... It might be... Okay. Well, either way, it's not available here, but Barbarous Slice is, and that's a skill that would be good to have unlocked. A lot of good monk stuff that I'm going to get on my monk. Okay, let's go back to /D then. This wants me to leave somewhere or another. Yeah, Zelen Reach is kind of what I assumed. Does Chucknear Diggings have an exit out that direction? My recollection says yes. I don't know if that's accurate or not. Hang on, I'm going to check Mending Touch. It's bothering me enough. Mending Touch. Gate of Torment. I thought that might be the case. There's a couple of places where you can capture it as well. But, yeah, I'll get this character through Nightfall enough to be able to get it. Okay. Yeah, that rain's definitely suddenly happening. Okay, where does it want me to be for this MOA? It thinks I was going to leave from the Astrolarium. We will leave from the Astrolarium. That's what you... So that's the game you're playing. That's the game I'm playing. Depart from the Astrolarium. Once we finish stuff here in Nightfall, I'm going to head on over to Prophecies and do stuff over there, by the way. Incidentally. That is the plan. This little area is kind of a neat little overgrown ruins spot that I find myself quite fond of. I'm back to trying to figure out if I've got a whisker hiding in my teeth and I missed the festive MOA. Okay. Yeah, we need to go... Unfortunately, we need to go over there. It would have been closer from over here, but this is where they are meeting up with us, so... This is going to be the path we're going to have to take. This is how it is. How it is. I believe I wanted to get this character like Elite Canthan eventually, but that's a long ways off. Let's just say I have to probably have all skills unlocked before I'm going to be worrying about elite armor. So many insect appendages. I don't know why they don't just call them bug legs. But whatever, it's not my business. And they've got some really nice sound design out here. I'm pretty sure the Sunspear Scout will be like, haha, what are you doing here? Hi, I didn't expect to meet you out here. Yeah. Khmer sent me out to deal with the scale. A minor problem, nothing big enough to merit your attention. Yeah. They politely say, wait, why are you trying to get this bounty? You're a freaking Sunspear General. You do not need to... Like, you are overqualified for this position. Except as a game mechanic and not being screwed over in actual real life. And the game mechanic... the stupid Moa was body blocking me. The game mechanic is basically can be summed up as, we don't want you grinding bounty here. We want you to do it elsewhere. A perfectly reasonable... Okay, but, like, have you thought about using the skill to heal both of us at the same time? Man, a fallbacker would completely eliminate that issue. Can I go over this little lump of land here? Yes. Sometimes that sort of stuff is so ambiguous. I think we need to dance in a couple spots here, and there might be some in Isner as well. I feel like I vaguely recall that. A lot of hungry scale around here. Are they feeding their scale properly? The signs point to no. Squark? Excuse me, oh, I switched to this really bad sword. Actually, I switched to my spear, so I should switch to the arbalist. It at least works. It's all dance. Getting groovy. Oh, I see. I need to... I'm not dancing along, I'm rocking out. Okay. Thank you, Dunkoro, for understanding the assignment. I see Zed and Vec do not have the idea or the animations, one or the other. And then I have to run all the way back. Cool. It's possible that I could just zone transition, but in case that ruins things, I'm not going to. It can be kind of finicky sometimes, potentially. Well, the good news is we can just follow our footsteps back. And the only issue is if we have patrols that have decided to wander into the path we're going to be taking. This is a good moment to stand up and stretch. That felt nice. Question that I have is, will I be able to get enough stuff out of those or not? I'm going to need a new ID kit. Oh, cool. That's too much information. Yeah, stuff is all worth nothing. That's fine. It's fine. That's what you expect from low-level areas. Definitely going to have to run all over places once we are trying to do stuff in Tyria. go to LA, and then we're gonna have to visit the dwarves and Jockner's Forge and stuff like that. Make Frosty, who's then a boss in the Guild Wars 2 Secret Lair of the Snowmen. I think it's a boss in the Guild Wars 1 Secret Lair of the Snowmen too, actually. But that's neither here nor there. I made my monk happier by switching away from my vampiric weapon. Probably should be furious. But, you know, that requires me to get a furious spear thing. Don't know what the ideal suffix would be. A spear wrapping of the Paragon would be the funniest. Or spear. I don't know what they call it. Yeah, Aston Isles will meet you by Beckner Bay. Beckner Harbor, whatever. They'll meet me over here. Okay. Do I need to clear out my inventory? I should clear out my inventory. It would be foolish not to talk to Lomar. Not confused with Lornar or Lormar or whatever, the siege guy in Fort Rannoch either. Also, I need to put the rest of my party on here. There we go. Now we're all partied up. Margaret can go around barraging things. Good. Good plan of action. Barrage things. Yep. Okay. And now we have to walk all the way over here. Would it have been faster if we... What am I stuck on? This tree, I guess. Would it have been faster if we started from Catalanu Hamlet? Yes, it would have been. That's why we're not starting from there, I bet. Okay, well, I'm going to switch over. You know what? No, let's just hang out on this spear for... Because it works reasons. Yeah, look at that. 69 damage. Never mind that most of my bar doesn't actually function. This stupid bird. Okay, we've spent too much time wandering around this map already. This water is a lot less pretty than the Keys water. You're a little late on that, Alcora, but I appreciate the sentiment. Man, the scythe is really nice on a warrior. It would be really cool if you could buy weapon mods for Zaishin coins. I don't know. Like, there are probably people who would say, oh, I want them more easily accessible than that. But, like, I'm putting on my designer brain when I say that. Like, okay, if I was in charge of designing things, this would be a really good way of adding value to Zaishin coins. At the sort of low level. And it kind of can function as a little bit of an introductory level. You know, if it's like 50 copper coins for a weapon mod, say, then you don't really have to work that hard to be able to get them, and they let you kind of outfit stuff. And that might be like too cheap. Maybe it should be 100 in terms of like trying to balance it against other costs as well as the cost of acquisition, things like that. Because obviously it potentially has negative consequences on the secondary market for weapon mods, which maybe you want to avoid. So there's like a lot of things to consider. That's why I think a weapon mod trader is probably the best idea, since that would enable people to be able to sell weapon mods to a trader and therefore buy them from a trader, and it'd work out best. But you know, that's not necessarily, I don't know. You know what would actually be super cool? If the reforged stuff that they're trying out eventually leads to explorable versions of Prophecy's mission maps. That would be amazing. I would be so happy to have those. Because if I could friggin' have explorable version of Dunes, for example, man, that would save so much headache. Okay, I am... /stuck forces a resync between your character and the server. Or your client and the server. So if your location is weird, if you're like running off and your heroes aren't following you or whatever, doing that can fix it, because the desyncs can happen sometimes. And yeah, and you need to fix it when that happens. The minions have found something to fight. They are welcome to do so. Wait, are those... No, those are scale. I don't care about scale. If those were the drakes that I constantly am talking about wanting to fight, you know, that'd be one thing, but when it's scale, it's... who cares? Rebel Spear. What does this look like? It's fine. Not stellar. Looks like probably around 15 gold, maybe. Guitar. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Now I watch it do performance attack animation several times, or it pecks at the air and leaps at it and stuff. And now we just have to go tell the Frost Maiden about its performance, because that's what we're here to do. Yeah. Probably not worth very much. Okay, well, we're fighting some scale, which I'm not thrilled by. Hit you to try to get rid of my inventory, and that didn't work, which, of course, it wouldn't. My inventory is on F9 for the full bag inventory. Useful to know about that, by the way. Olias is hiding it right now, but this menu, does it have... yeah, inventory bags right there. We're gonna fight these Iron Tooth Drakes, by the way. I don't use that menu ever because I'm always using hotkeys, but I suspect that menu is significantly more useful when you're playing on controller. It's existed, you know, all this time, but because I never use it, it looks super weird to me. But yeah, it has a lot of useful stuff. H is the heroes panel. Yeah, hero, quest log, help. The help menu is super cool, by the way, for those who don't know. It just brings up a bunch of, like, links to the wiki and stuff. You can get wiki links for tons of things, which is really nice. Some of them are not so useful. Guilds usually don't have wiki pages anymore, things like that, but... pretty handy. Of course, I usually just go to the wiki directly rather than go through that menu, but it's nice to know about. Just watching my NPCs stop to reapply buffs. Kind of want to veer a little bit north here so I can avoid fighting some of these guys. Okay, Frost Maiden, I'm coming for you. That icon is very, or like the special effect that's playing over my head with that healing skill is very similar to the one that's used for the run as one, I think is the name of the skill. Gives you move speed buff while your pet is out. Let's go talk to Grandfather Kringle. Hello, Commandant Jewel of Istan. The Mo was a success. I knew it would work. Now we can only hope it's enough to save off Grenth. You've done admirable Wintersday work, my friend, and this is good. Enjoy the rest of the festival. And then there's other Scrooge. He doesn't give you any money. Interesting. Okay, I want to see what I get out of these. Well, I can't complain about some of the stuff I'm getting, but I'm not getting any candy cane shards, which is a problem. I'm going to leave Elder Scrooge there for the time being. Where am I sticking candy canes? Candy canes go up front. Oh, do I? That's rainbow. Yeah. I guess I didn't click in the right spot. Okay, everything else can go over here. See, the problem is needing 100 candy cane shards when you don't really get candy canes, like when you don't get them often in the gift things. I don't know, it feels like the numbers are all wonky. Particularly compared to Halloween, which I think is a little bit better balanced. I'll grab Scrooge's quest. Oh yeah, a great summon named Freezy being built in Tyria. Anyway, I'm gonna grab that so I can remember to do it, but I want to go over to LA. I want to do the stuff over here. Probably over here, actually. Yep, there's somebody with a Doom Covenant thing all the way over here. Ritualist. Okay, that makes sense. That's just a priest of Balthazar, which is not helpful to me at the moment. Priestess of Landry, also not helpful. Old Nicholas. You're a questy. The greatest snowman ever made. Yes, this is the quest that I want. Does it help? Maybe not that much. Okay, there'd also be somebody with a thing for hats. I don't know where that... Is it Crisp? Luder is no good here. Luder is just a... Tell me which festival hats you can make. Pumpkin crown, ears. Yeah, I've got some Halloween ones, and that's it. Okay, Crisp wants these. Horns of Grenth, Jester's Cap, Great Horns of Grenth, Ice Crown. I like the Ice Shard. Then there's the Scarf. There must be a... Yeah, Birdie over here must do the... Yeah, Yule Cap, Freezy Crown, Stylish Yule Cap, Wreath Crown, Rudy Mask, Divine Halo, and the Festive Winter Hood. I don't know, these would be kind of okay to get, but I'm not like that set. The problem is getting enough things. Also, I'm not sure where the person with the... Maybe Crunch? Somewhere there's the person that actually gives the quests. Crunch might not be the... A humbling gift. Yeah, okay. It's the same sort of thing regardless. Oh, it might be the same... Is it the same set of hats regardless? I don't remember anymore. Frozen accessory token. Okay, and the polar depressed. That's the other one. And it's the same set of hats, sort of regardless. That makes sense. I feel like the scarf... Yeah, okay. It's the polar depressed. Oh, Bernadette gives this one. Okay, so you need 199 candy cane shards, all told. Okay. Well, that's a thing to remember, but, okay. For right now... Okay, I need to speak to Joy. Who's somewhere over there? By the door, I guess? Ah, there's Joy. I also need to go to Ascalon City to trade in a bunch of stuff. Yes, the greatest snowman ever made. Scrappy Gem. Excuse me. Okay, Scrappy Gem. Okay, wants magic coal. Anyway, we're going to Ascalon City. Because... Yeah, there's somebody with the reforged symbol. I like the enchanted snowmen being heroes as well. Anyway, there should be individuals I can talk to here. Like Necromancer Malaise, which is a skill that's also a Necromancer skill, so that's pretty amusing. It's like a monk named Orson of Healing or something, except it needs to be much more esoteric. No, I don't have Grawl necklaces, I don't think. If I do, I should salvage them for plant fibers. You guys keep wanting things that I don't have. Also, why do I have this insect appendage in here? Do these leathery claws salvage scale? They do. Brilliant. Okay. Look, I'm looking for somebody who wants my char carvings and scorched lodestones and fetid carapaces. Also, Stone Summit badges and decayed ore emblems, and maybe these Minotaur horns. I know who wants char hides. They're getting them. Also, I don't know why I have these scale fins here, and I'm going to turn them into scales. Or leather squares if they feel like betraying me. Okay. Ichiban, do you want this? Nope. Stormy Eyes. Priestess Clara. Yes, you have the things I want. This. Okay. Nice. Not as nice as rainbows. Rainbows are the best, but you know what? I can get what I can get. I encountered the ghost of Titus in Guild Wars 2 the other day doing a random event. Hello, Katie. Wednesday's long past. Same model and or like animation stuff as Gwen, just different. Textures. That's the word I was looking for. Got there. Got there. I still think one of the aspects of the... Man, I love just like... I want more seasons. Like, I know seasons in games is like, you're not going to include them unless they actually have mechanical significance. Because you're having to duplicate assets. It's expensive. So like Oracle of Seasons does it because it's literally a mechanic, right? It's a mechanic of the game. But I really like it when games have seasons. Also, that guy has gingerbread and a present, so that's kind of fun. And like the only reason Ascalon City is this decorated is because, you know, it's just how it works. Oh, hey. Hey, guess what? It's snowing. And sticking. I just returned from the wall to find old Ascalon like this. It's absolutely buried in snow. I'd say we all need to do our part to make sure that winter loses its hold on Tyria by taking part in the Wintersday battle between blah, blah, blah. Snow and Ascalon City? Who would have thought? This Winter's Day gift from Grunt should slow the char advance for sure. You say you need 2 pieces of coal, eh? Yes, nothing like coal to warm the stove or give a snowman the magical power of sight. I think I can help you. I don't know if it's normal coal. In fact, I dare say it isn't, but I have these 2 magical pieces right here. Some kind of Titan demons dropped them when some hero or other defeated them a while back. I thought they'd make a good souvenir, but they're literally burning a hole in my pocket. Consider them my Winter's Day gift to you, for the children. Yes, I did not realize that that would advance it, but I'm happy to. I'm just enjoying... Oh, that's really funny. Okay. I don't know why this one is also like... This one's funny. Not as funny as that. Friggin... Yeah. The reindeer head on Grant is just really funny. Okay, I don't know if they have collectors for Scorched Lodestones and Fetid Carapaces. If they do, I'm not sure where, and that is okay. Look how populated it is. This is excellent, by the way. Just being this populated is just so cool. This might only have 1 district still. No, it has 2 districts. We have 2 districts of Ascalon City. That is how many people are hanging out in Ascalon City these days. So that's neat. Hey, Foreman the Crier. Tells you about things going on right now. Okay. Where is... I need to go to Drakner's Forge. Drakner's Forge is also decorated, incidentally. Because this... Keep in mind, Winter's Day started with just prophecies. And that means... Yeah, okay, these guys are going to want more advanced loot. But that means, like, the prophecies towns that were significant got in on it. And so, like, you would have Drakner's Forge and Ascalon City celebrating them because those were significant cities as well as LA. Of course, it's probably a little bit easier to kind of decorate some of this, but... Where am I at over here? I'm to Abaddon's Mouth. Okay. Well, that's neither here nor there. My goal at the moment is over this way, isn't it? Yes, I need to go talk to... King Jalis is hanging out over in here. Good to see you again. Happy Wednesday. This pipe, it is a little garish, I agree, but not made out of corn cob like you think. It's actually made of the bones of the horned frost giant Gornash. When you've got time, I'll have to tell you that tale's a good one. Winter, eh? Even a dwarf needs a little something extra to stay warm this year. Take this pipe, for example. You may think it's mere corn cob, but, well, let me tell you a heartwarming Winter's Day tale. Surely you have heard of the mighty frost giant Gorgash? No? Why, 50 hands high and 20 kegs wide, he stood. Those are two very different measurements. The very mountains trembled beneath him. I was a bit more spry and light-footed in my younger days, so when Gorgash threatened my village, I took up my hammer like any stout young dwarf would and beat him to a pulp. And then, and this is the heartwarming part, I made this pipe out of his bones. A touching story, eh? Well, this one day season reminds me of those years long past. You say you need a pipe. Though it would be a shame to part with it, I think I can think of few humans more deserving. You have done much for the Eldrimmer dwarves. Please, take this magic pipe as a gift for the children. Yeah, I forget where we're going to look for a magic hat. It's amazing, their Grenth outfit. I'm just going to merchant these. I don't need to hang on to them. Okay. Make myself a tidy 300 gold or something. Maybe I should talk to Magic Malaquire in LA. He seems like a likely subject to know about hats. I seem to have guessed correctly. The greatest snowman ever made. See, the Granth has gained quite the foothold this season. Snow in Cryda, snow in Ascalon City. Why, it wouldn't surprise me to find Tomb of the Primeval King's frozen shot. And that's in the middle of the Crystal Desert. So you're helping a little boy make a snowman? You're doing this for free. Well, I won't tell you your business, but maybe I can help. You're going to need a special hat. I think I have just the thing. You see, I wasn't always a powerful, all-knowing magi. Time was, I was in a flashy line of work involving tigers, rabbits, sawing women half. In fact, the last one was why I switched jobs. Of course, I can't wear my magic hat now, but I'm sure that it will look smashing atop with your new snowman for the children. My quest was swapped on me, and I don't want that. It's interesting to me to think about I kind of want to go check the Tomb of the Primeval Kings. But just like, this is the origin of Freezy, right? Magic Malaquire, magic, some like Titan coal, or like burning embers from a Titan, a pipe made from the bones of a giant. Like, no wonder this guy's magical. She says scrunchies is a lesson for the children. Let's go from the hot springs. Welcome back, Salty Grease. Need to go take out the crunches and humbugs. Yeah, that's fine. Gotta take out some skeleton rangers who like to spam you with poison. Because they use apply poison to spam you with poison. Arrgh. Wonder why that's the icon for being poisoned. I've never really thought about it before. It just is. But they made that choice, and we all are existing in that choice. It's not the sort of icon I'd expect for poison, is my point. Man, I remember back in the old Guild Wars Guru Discord days, people were joking about, or Discord, IRC channel. But the old Guild Wars Guru IRC channel days, people joking about Jolspire, who was like one of the mods there or something. Going into, like, when he went to Kryta, the Ettins would put on their superior vigor pants. Because he'd get a lot of, I guess he'd do a lot of soul farming and solo farming and get superior vigor runes or something. He was known for being wealthy at the time, for whatever that looked like. Crystalline sword collections mostly, I think. So that was a high value item in those days. Which is part of why I think they made crystalline sword an exotic skin in Guild Wars 2. I never thought it was a particularly attractive skin personally, but to each their own, I suppose. Okay. We're close enough that we have recruited Scrappy Jim to run towards us. Everyone's so happy, except for me, that is. I just got just in the middle of the city. Okay. Breezy, let's go get you moving also. Yep, his button. You are the biggest snowman ever. Boy, are you frozen. That's it. I shall dub thee Freezy. Congratulations. This is now Freezy. Man, I have memories of coming over here. Doing this quest. Fighting around the statue of Dwayna. Humbugs are rangers, incidentally. I think these must be Jim's brothers. Whoa, those grunches are really scary. Good thing Scrappy Jim brought you and that Freezy guy. All of our snowmen melted by the time we got them here. I never thought Scrappy Jim would be useful to have around. He usually just gets in the way, but this Freeze guy is way cool. You know, it makes sense that Grenth would have minions attacking near a statue of Dwayna. How is our favor situation? 8 more achievements. Okay, that's going to be a little bit, probably. What are we what do we need in here? We have one more to kill. That means I have to go find it. I don't need to talk to Inspector Caleb, do I? I mean, not for this quest, obviously. Actually, probably for this quest. No. Okay, no, I don't need to. The Hot Springs Murderers thing is already complete. There's Etham the Artisan. I can get a lump of charcoal from him. I still don't know why they made steel ingots so expensive to craft. It does not make any sense from a game balance standpoint. It's 400 gold, 10 wood, and 10 iron. And it's just like... That's so expensive. Oh, there's Grenchus Magnus. Okay, over here. Hey, you. Okay, now I can go see Joy for my reward. Sounds like a plan. Thank you. I do not have inventory space for... Well, I guess I'll have to solve that problem, won't I? Wait, I can solve it. By talking to this... The bank. Dun dun dun. These are not good, but, you know, they're here. So, that's something, I guess. I don't know if I want to do the other one or not. I feel like Candy Cane... Candy Cane Shard is... Yeah, I don't want the Candy Cane weapons. I mean, they have them in Guild Wars 2, and they're a lot better there. I guess if you get them for, like, really low-level characters, they're actually pretty decent, but... I see. There's a competition that rewards shards. Otherwise, you just kind of have to really grind them. It's a little unfortunate. I don't want to think about that process. I have 3 candy cane shards built up between this and the previous one. Okay, well, I'm going to go to Bodris, the Outfitter. At this point, the thing that makes the most sense is just do some random stuff. It's fun making Freezy again, though. But yeah, I like the idea of just doing some random stuff. Skull Shield is 15 golds. Ball Hammer is probably worth identifying. 29 to 47. Yeah, that's pretty good. The rest of this I'm just gonna merch down. Goofy this over. Need a new ID kit, please. Thank you. Bye. Okay. Kind of want to further advance in Nightfall, but I'm also very close to finishing this. How's my Flame Seeker? Okay. I've got 2 there that I'm missing and 2 there that I'm missing. Turning this in is definitely worth money and inventory space, but also money. Trying to decide if I want to go... Hang on, what's the rune situation on these? Bad. The rune situation is bad. Okay. This is a better way of checking. Okay, I kind of want to outfit my rangers with the minimum of runes. Oh yeah, this weapon, this longsword has the crystalline sword skin. It's not a crystalline sword, however. I don't know, just give me a plat. I won't need it. I want 2 major marks runes and 2 major expertise runes, please. Thank you. Okay. Major expertise and major marksmanship. I'm gonna apply them in the opposite order to her. Just, I don't know. That's what I'm feeling. No particular rhyme or reason to it. Okay. Plans of action. Yes. Do I want to go do Abaddon's Mouth? I'm not going to capture Amity or any of the other... I probably already have the other elites. Probably have Devastating Hammer. Worry. Devastating Hammer? Answer yes, right there. Okay. I could do this. Probably skip the bonus because it's annoying. And goes way out of the way, and I don't need it for anything yet. And then... Yeah, that's probably fine. Okay, let's get Cora and Elias in here. I should probably run Gwen over one of the Rangers, but who cares? I'm in normal mode. This should probably be okay. Let's do this mission. How long could it take? I'd kind of like to finish my Prophecies book. Also, completing a campaign will unlock hard mode, which would be nice. I would be happy to do that. I don't know how much... Yeah, no, I definitely want Wild Blow. I definitely want Wild Blow. Jade bows are annoying. Knock me down. Okay, maybe not. I do have a ranger that is running an excessive number of interrupts, so... This is an area where you can get a lot of momentum due to some of the effects. Also, you can see the impact of my lack of full infusion. Normally, if you're fully infused, you'd have 3 degen from Spectral Agony and take 9 damage per tick. But because I don't have full degen, I am in fact taking, it looks like 5 pips of degen, and 16 damage per tick, which, you know, is just a neat little interesting detail. The reason is probably because I probably have this hat infused, but not my strength one, which is incredibly accurate to the situation. You also have to be aware of the Chimera of Intensity running out. It's a really powerful enchantment, but then it ends, and then if you're not careful, you're hosed. It decreases your skills recharge, spells cost less energy, movement speed is increased by 50%. So it really gives you a sense of movement and momentum. But it is a limited and borrowed effect, basically. Those are both 38. We don't need to go down that way because that leads to where you talk to Leah for the bonus, which I'm not trying to do. Yeah, I think the drunken status transfers, as you've discovered. A lot of these are plus 38 damage, which is a lot of bonus damage. I don't think you can get infused in this map. You can in... No, you can. There's an Eidolon. Where's the Seer? I don't remember. I think there is a spot where you can get infused in this map, actually. I'm not going to bother. It's not really my objective here. This is plus 10 armor. It's a little bit. Not nothing. Scythe is doing a lot of work for me here. Hitting multiple enemies, I mean. Okay, stop trying to healing spring. I mean, I know it already got off, but... Yeah, Vec has Thunderclap, which applies cracked armor, which allows body blow to inflict a deep wound. Hey, Jadebow, where'd you come from? It may have missed Oath Shot. If Oath Shot fails to hit, then it sets all your skills to recharging instead of recharging them all. That probably didn't make a whole lot of sense. Whatever. Your skills are put onto a recharge instead of being recharged. Yeah, no, you don't get to do that. Yeah, that was a nice chunk of damage. I need to get Mind Shock on my LE at some point because it's really helpful for the Magni the Bison tournament. Gonna bust open the door of Kamale. Let people out of the realm of for the Foundry of Failed Creations in the domain of anguish, or the realm of in the domain of anguish in the realm of torment. It used to be that there's Marsat Monk. If you killed it before it got to these Jade Armors, the Jade Armors wouldn't operate, and then at some point in time they decided to change that. I always liked the idea that they didn't activate because it needed to turn them on, and if you killed it before it could, then they would stay off. But I don't know. It got changed at some point. It's pretty easy to reliably kill the Marsat before it gets to the Jade Armor, so maybe it's just kind of perceived as a bug or something. That's some very old trivia, though. I have not gotten very many candy cane drops. I may take this account out to like Farm Chart and Alani Academy or something in order to be able to get them. Nothing that would affect progress or anything. It would just get me a little bit of money. And I mean a little. I don't think anybody wants to watch me farming char for candy cane char drops. The Star of Nalani Academy is just really good for it. Oh, where do you think you're going, huh? I do need to go get some more elites from Perdition Rock. What I'm specifically thinking about is Bull's Charge, which is hilarious against enemies who are trying to run from you. And by hilarious, I mean extremely effective. It knocks them down, is what it does. A lot of those skills had specific fleeing language and was eventually changed to moving language. Because, like, they can detect when enemies are in a fleeing state. Probably based upon your relative angles of... Are they moving and how much are they facing you? Which is a pretty easy calculation to do with dot products, but... My guess is that they changed that because it was a bit tricky to actually make the skills land reliably in those cases. Fleeing is definitely a very... Like, if you hit an enemy who's fleeing from you, you'll automatically perform a critical hit upon them. So it's something that they've been tracking since, you know, the entire time. But it's the sort of thing that sounds like it'd be a tricky thing to do, but it's actually not. Now, I already have Eviscerate. I'm pretty sure it was the first elite I unlocked on this account. And I was using an axe for a very long time because of it. But, I don't think I have 100 blades yet. And that is, skill. Yep, I don't have Dragon Slash, though, which is a good one. And so that's one that I might go capture off of Prince Rurik in the next mission. Gonna have to be careful on Hell's Precipice, though. It's pretty dangerous. I also have to think about what thing I want to get from it. The reward choices are a bit limited, as I recall. I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of the Jeldermore skins. I appreciate them adding that area to bring it in line with the other campaigns, but doesn't necessarily mean that I'm the biggest fan of them. Okay, Kilbron, give us our third round of Chimeric Intensity. This is an area where it's super easy to get yourself in trouble with Chimeric Intensity, by the way. Also, behold as... Wow. That is pummeling me. As I bust these open... Yep, parts of the door of Kamale open up. Which we just saw there, which is really cool. Not the easiest thing to pay attention to, though, but very cool. Okay, Mersat just spawned in. So yeah, it looks like something weakened over there. And you can see this close as you kill the Lich, incidentally. Okay, so this is a spot where we have to be really careful about going too far. We need to take care of the Mersat spawns, or you'll get overwhelmed. It's very easy to laser focus, breaking the seals, and end up with a bajillion Mersat on your butt, and then you die. This is just how it goes. Mersat spawn on the other side as well, and they'll flank you, and that will also cause problems. I recommend not being flanked by Mersat. A lot of those guys probably from Gavril, as we learn about in Janthier Wilds. Doing a lot of that there. Bloodstone Fen also obviously a popular spot. This is on hard monetization recently. Yeah, this part, it's in hard mode. You have to be extra careful here because obviously everything's harder. But it's very easy to get overwhelmed if you're not going slowly. Yeah, everything's a lot tankier. That does not help as much as one would like against this, but it's what I've got. Jarder's defenses would actually be vaguely better than Protector stance here, just because it would be a lot more armor against elemental damage, but that would also require me to go into a different attribute entirely. That's not worth it. Okay, yeah, I see we've got a bunch of Mersat behind us as well. But we have broken in one more seal, so that's good. My heroes are doing their job while I'm running around taking Mersat down. But yeah, because Chimera can tend to run out halfway through this, it's really easy to find yourself like building up a huge head of steam and then suddenly that ends and you fall flat on your face and die. Which is obviously terrible. Okay, time to go fight this Titan now. It's just gonna make sure we're on fire the whole time, which is not ideal for life. But, you know, then we kill it, and we're good. Okay, big stretch time. Do I have a significant capture? I do. Is there anything else I would want to capture in this mission? Because I could change weapons and stuff, but I don't think so. 100 blades, I already have Eviscerate. I'm not going to capture Mindburn on this character. Or of the Lich and Panic, I both want on their respective professions, so there's no reason to get them here. There's no monk skill. Yeah, and Greater Conflagration is terrible, and I will get it on my Ranger. Okay, nothing else I need to capture here other than HB, which is good. I will... Expert salvage the Mersat clothes in the hopes that I get something good and then not get something good. Mersat tokens also salvage a lot of dust. And people would use them to try to scam because they look vaguely like Ecto. Of course people will try to scam. That's what people do. Unfortunately. I don't... Yeah, I think I'm going to cut Elias for Gwen here. I just think Gwen's going to be a lot more important. I think our interrupts are going to be pretty important. Do I have... Okay, I do have one for her. That's an important upgrade. Okay, because what I want is... I want this instead of complicate. Chaos Storm is good. Empathy is quite useful. A natural signal is good. Cry Frustration is good. E-Surge is good. I kind of like Remove Hex, but I don't think I need it with Peace and Harmony. So let's just go Drain Enchantment, because there will be enchantments to drain. So the thing I'm thinking about right now... There's two things, actually, mainly that I'm thinking about. One is Sparks of the Titans, which hit really freaking hard. I want Endure Pain maybe instead. Yeah, Endure Pain is probably a little bit better than Discipline Stance. Okay, and then it's just trust in my party, I guess. Trust in my party. I could drop Tactics entirely and lose to the limit. What would I put on instead if I did that? Maybe an Interrupt? I could put Distracting Blow there. Let's do that. I don't... If I drop Tactics, I get a little bit more on the Strength end, and that's not bad. Makes these go a little bit stronger. And that seems like a good thing. Okay. Not like I need my shield or something. I'm using a scythe. Okay. Let's see how this goes. Kind of a little bit of a weird team for this. There's an argument for wanting barbs. Which goes like, barbs would make our damage, would make us do more damage. That's the argument for wanting barbs. I'm not sure if I'm going to use Endure Pain, to be clear. I'm kind of bringing it as a, maybe I want this sort of measure. And it's possible, yeah, like right now. The other reason why I didn't want to bring Elias is this is not a mission that I think of as having a ton of exploitable corpses. There's obviously minions around, but a lot of those are from Aura of the Lich, which spawns a minion. If you think it's a bit weird that they gave Aura of the Lich to enemies in a map that doesn't have a whole lot of corpses to exploit, keep in mind that Aura of the Lich, when they designed this, had entirely different functionality that would have your maximum HP and also have the damage you take, which effectively decreases the cost of sacrifice skills and... Okay, we're being attacked from behind. And increases the effectiveness of regeneration and degeneration. So... Aura of the Lich is not an especially significant skill. That, or like... It makes sense that they would use a skill that's related to the Lich, aka Vizier Kilpron. Yep, sometimes you feel good about having brought Endure Pain and just feeling like you're going to be able to survive a few more hits because your HP is massive now. Okay. Sparks of the Titans are the biggest enemy in the game, or just absolutely annihilating your party. As you can see, behold Exhibit A, my party annihilated. Yeah, that was the work of 3 Sparks of the Titans. Okay, I stopped the Rodgorts, which is important. Okay, well, we managed to kill them. This is a spot that is 1,000 times easier with a Soul Twist. Okay, well, we're going to camp this area for a little bit because my heroes need to be less dying. Thank you for making us less dead. Okay, where are my monks? Okay, they're getting them up. This is not terribly surprising as a result. Sparks of the Titans are one of the deadliest enemies in the entire game. Like, destroyers wish they were as scary as Sparks of the Titans were. Or Sparks of the Titans are. But they're not. Destroyers do normal things and try to beat you in with warriors, and it's very easy to mitigate that. Okay, well, energy pools are fine at this point. It's definitely the sparks that are the biggest concern. Oh my goodness. Sparks are just far and away the most deadly thing here. I lost a bunch of HP because my thing ended. It's not really great, but it's what I've got to work with here. Yeah, I realized I shouldn't attack those guys as soon as I did it. Okay, I might not be ready to fight these yet. I probably need slightly different tactics. I'll see if we recover from this swipe, but we might not be ready for this, which is fine. I might just take this team to Maguma and go wrap up the missions I need to do there for the book. Yeah, my HP was too low. Part of the problem is Fists of... Is it Fists? Hands? One of those uses Riposte and Deadly Riposte because they're technically classified as Sword Warriors. So, that's causing a lot of problems. We need to regenerate energy, so there's no point running ahead until we have done that. I suspect my monks are also struggling with energy. I haven't really been able to pay much attention to them. But not having a bit pure is definitely a problem. There are other things that I could do that would definitely help. Yeah. Also, this is a spot where you should just really be patient. Because you'll die if you aren't. There's an invisible trigger there that makes a bunch of imps run in. I talk about this every single time I do Hell's Precipice, but it is worth stating every single time because, like, look at that. Look at that number of Sparks of the Titans. It is not okay to fight that. You will regret your choices. Go down in a ball of fire and Mind Burns and Rod Gort's Invocations. My goodness. They're level 28, which is part of the problem. Yeah, okay, we're wiping too hard. We're not gonna do this. I'm not gonna pretend we're gonna do this. Okay, I'm gonna kick the last 2 members of my party and go to the Mugma jungle and do the things there to fill out the book there. I have okay, it's Riverside and the other one that I'm missing. Does that make sense? I'm just gonna run there. It's gonna be pretty straightforward. Aurora and Riverside. Yep, that makes a lot of sense that I haven't done those ones yet. I'm not especially worried about enemies attacking me here. Any sort of like long-term damaging way. I guess Healing Signet would be good. I don't have a heal right now, but that's fine. I have Endure Pain, which should get me through any sort of being attacked situations. Plus I'm running fast, so... I don't know why I'm noticing the grasses more than I usually do, but I really am. Yeah, it turns out 33% faster speed buff does a lot to minimize aggro. Okay. Those guys use Stoning, which will knock me down, which is why I used Endure Pain there. Okay, it can't knock me down anymore. I don't have weakness on me. Oh, Endure Pain ended, which puts my HP kind of low. Okay, well, this might be bad. They're just wanting me. Okay, well, I need to unflag my party and see if they can catch up. This is not going to be the most exciting to watch. Let's go see how these guys do. On the Rescue Brigade. Yeah, I need to Endure Pain to recharge slightly faster. Is there one right now? Oh, yeah, there is. I'm curious. I'm going to check game updates, see what that's about. That is not game updates. Okay, game updates. Okay, it doesn't say yet exactly what that is. There was one earlier as well. You know what? I'm gonna park him here. I want him to deal with this. Where is Margaret? Oh, she's way behind for some random reason. Yeah, I know, right? Okay, Margaret caught up with everyone. Where are you guys going? I have turned this into an RTS now. I'm not too worried about those gold coin drops. They are not nothing, but they're not much, so. I imagine it's just bug fixes right now. And I wouldn't expect anything major before the new year. Although, if they wanted to do an update to increase the drop rates of candy cane shards, I certainly would not object. Get you guys a little bit closer to this Thorn Devourer so you'll actually fight it. Let's here. Yeah, there's Thorn Devourers that whooped me. I'm not that far from them, so. Their visibility from while on a hero is much, much, much shorter. And there's probably various reasons for that, but it is an interesting little feature, I guess you could say. Don't know how they said Margaret would be the one to resurrect me, but I certainly accept. Since I'm right next to it, I'm going to pick this up. Okay, whatever. We're all running through this, I guess, together now. It's actually a really good design to have the Thorn Devourer, or the Devourers that weaken you with the Thorn Stalkers that then can capitalize on that with stoning to knock you down. At least I think it's a pretty good bit of design. I'm going to just talk to Snakebite real quick for the quests. The quest that I do not currently have selected. I don't like Endure Pain ending. I'll wait for that to recharge before I continue on. I just feel silly to get walloped now by those guys when I could be slightly patient and basically guarantee my survival, so. I wonder why that one did slightly less damage. Well, not going to worry about it. Radiant. Yeah, this is Stone Fist, but that's, yeah. No, nothing that would make me tankier. I don't know. Very confusing. Very confusing. What do we got? Highly salvageable. Well, could have been steel. Was not. Could have been, but was not. I'm not going to worry about installing the update right now. I'm not planning on going terribly much longer. I'm going to drop in your pain for Lion's Comfort and this for Bull's Strike. Yeah. Yeah, it would be.
I've heard much of you.
Thanks. I'm here for the loot. Neither of these are exactly what I'd consider exciting, so we're just going to identify them. Identifying them will generally raise their value a decent amount. Oh, we have favor right now, so that's cool. Okay. Merchant. Huh. I also don't just need Signet of Capture here because there's nothing to capture. I need to drop that in favor of anything that does something. Let's see. This friggin' mission A. This sure is a mission. Hmm. I have. Yeah. Hang on. I'm gonna go to Perdition Rock. Do I actually have Crippling Sweep? This would actually be a really good choice for a roguelite. Crippling Victory would also be pretty decent. I'm gonna go see about doing a skill cap. This is another area where things could be rough. Part of the problem, as much as you'd call it that, is that heroes are really bad at targeting things that you're not targeting. So that's normally good because it means they're focusing targets. But it's actually kind of bad because it means that they are not interrupting other targets. So if you have something specifically that you want to deal with, that you want to be paying attention to, you kind of have to hope that you are noticing it, and it's much easier to do if you're not on a physical attacker yourself. And I am needing to make sure I hit with Charging Strike before I try anything. I don't remember the name of the boss that I'm looking for, so Gekakaru. I have to go check that one to see if it is the boss I'm looking for or not. That's just the unfortunate reality of the situation. This is a good spot to use withdraw hexes and then immediately see it get like the longest recharge in the universe. Oh, that was nice. Okay, but like I want to kill the Hydras. I want to stop dying due to degeneration, but I want to kill the Hydras. The Hydras will use Meteor Shower and stuff, and it's the same problem. The damage formula is flawed in some cases. Okay, this is a really interesting thing from a like game design standpoint, in my opinion. It's just kind of interesting to think about. The way that the damage formula in this game works is it has, people call it different things, strike level, whatever, it doesn't really matter. Basically, it has your offensive power versus your opponent's defensive power. And that is doing a comparison, and then like those are subtracted, and then it's divided by 40, and 2 is taken to that power. Okay, I don't need that guy. That guy is not useful to me. That's elemental attunement. I am looking for the a different one. Anyway, the way that that strike level is calculated is extremely important. So like armor levels, for example, so it's every 40 armor you go down, like damage doubles or halves. But what's particularly relevant about that formula is there's another spawn location over here. And then otherwise I'll have to check to see whether the last one is. the way that the strike level or strike factor or whatever is calculated differs between melee and magic. Okay, so we didn't get a Drake spawn here. Also, I think it's Man Shredder is the boss I'm looking for. It's probably best to rezone. Hey, hang on, I'm gonna check the spawn points. Man Shredder. Okay. Pulse charge. Let's just search for the actual skill. Oh, Gragnard Gravelhead and Taurus Furnace also has it. Shintakaru, Man Shredder, yeah. Okay, there is another location. It's really out of the way. I'm just going to respawn and try these two again because they're fast to get to, relatively speaking. But anyway, so the way that that formula works is if you're using a martial weapon, it's 5 times your rank up to 12, and then it's like 2 additional per rank after that. So what that means is that, like, my strike level with the scythe is 12 right now. So that's what's being used for the damage, and the attack formula is 12 times 5. If I had, like, 15, it would be 12 times 5 is 60, and then an additional 3 times 2 for an additional, like, 6. Right, which will get you a little bit of additional damage, right? Because you're going to go past where armor levels are. You're going to match up better against armor, but it's not like a whole lot. I think that's what the values are. I'd have to double check them to be entirely confident, but the big thing that you're running into, though, is that's pretty obnoxious, is that casters are just 3 times level, just flat 3 times level. So for spells, players are only ever going to get that strike level value to 60 because our level cap is 20, right? It's 3 times level. It also means that if you're lower leveled, you can... Okay, that's not the boss I want, so we're going to just go over here. But it also means if you're lower leveled as a physical attacker, you can use, like, if you put all of your attributes into your attack and use runes and stuff, you can get your attack up higher relative to your level. But as casters, you're capped. You can't do that. Man, capping elites out here in Perdition Rock, it just really is not great. So, what you run into then with casters is not only are they making their numbers bigger, like you can on a physical attacker, by having more attribute allocations, they're also, because of their levels being much higher, will get more and more of that factor, and it doesn't have diminishing returns like you do with martial weapons, because martial weapons don't care about your level, they care only about your attributes. And so you have diminishing returns on your strike factor, or whatever you want to call that property. You have diminishing returns on it because of just the way that the math works, formula works. It's built in to have diminishing returns. Plus attributes cap and level doesn't. So what you end up having, okay, so a boss did not spawn over there. Time to check the other location. We have a Hydra spawning here, which is garbage, but we gotta just deal with that fact. And so you'll end up seeing things like, oh, this caster Elementalist is level 28. Well, that means it has an additional 24 strike factor. So just on levels alone, not just attributes, but just levels alone. Wow, we got a really bum spawn, didn't we? No bosses in either location? Just getting close enough to double check, but wow. But yeah, anyway, so like I was saying, that's a huge chunk of additional damage that those guys get just from being level 28. And it's not just because they maybe have maxed out attributes as well at 20. 20 is the usual attribute cap unless you have a +1. I think 20% chance for +1 a mastery mod. Can exceed that to get to 21, but so anyway, it's just the elementalist enemies can really scale like that in a way that we as players can't. Plus, enemy armor can go past where player armor can as well and stuff like that. Ideally, I would have a... I don't need the maximum energy right now, so ideally I'd have Sentinel's armor on right now, but I'm not in a spot to be able to make multiple armor sets for my characters and such, so... Okay, I'm just getting close enough to confirm. Yeah, that's just a 4 Drake spawn. I hope we did not aggro. We aggroed. That is not great. Well, at least it's just these guys. They're pretty flimsy. So anyway, that's why caster elementalists absolutely ruin your face, or enemy elementals ruin your face, and your elementalist is barely doing any damage. It's because the enemies have way too much armor, and their high levels mean that they are effectively, like, overcompensating for your armor. It's not an even scenario whatsoever. I just know this is going to be useful elite for chasing down enemies, and I'm going to be doing that in things. I would really like it, but I am not getting boss spawns at all right now. These 2 Drake locations. I've gotten the... I think they're... I know there's the elemental attunement and... pulse charge that are available in these locations. I don't think there's another one. Full strike probably loses a lot of value when you're doing that, huh? Do I have like some of the... Yeah, I have Griffin Sweep. Not really a great move though. Counterblow would actually be decent. Not sure where that one's gotten offhand. I should check. Do I have it? No, because it'd be... I do have counterblow, so yeah, that's fine then. It's right there. That's Earthwind again. I want to take out this group because it's coming up too close to us. I don't want to fight these guys while I'm also dealing with... Oh my goodness, we're aggroing this entire freaking area. This is what happens when we have circular boss patrols, though. I'm about to get rocked. Well, I will say this, good for loot. I need you out of my back line, please. Thank you. I wonder if we could do a bonder. They don't have enchantment removal. Do I have the skills I need for a bonder, though? I do have Blessed Signet. I could potentially try to set Ogden up as a bonder. Earthwind is definitely not the boss I need when I need Man Shredder, so... They do have enchantment removal, though. I think they have strip enchantment on the... It would help against the sparks to some extent to do a bonder. But because Bonders are just so fiddly. Well, there's a Darkstone chest, but there's only 3 drakes here, and none of them are Man Shredder. Man Shredder may have spawned at the 3rd location. I'm not really looking to go there, though. There's the spider. Shadow's spider pet. Somebody has a Gwen tonic. I mean, there's other things I could probably do to help with it. One of the other things that I could do is go to... I mean, I need to get this elite anyway at some point in time for unlocking all skills, so I might as well do this now. But, okay, this group is going to be a problem if I don't take it out now. Okay, Man Shredder's over there. We can go get it, finally. I am going to clear out this group, or these groups, though, because they're going to be a problem otherwise. I have to... It's really annoying having to try to do target prioritization in order to get my heroes to interrupt things when they've got as many interrupts on the bars as they do. But... This really wants to be done with a run speed buff. And I mean, I have one, but... I know we have like 5 interrupts across the party or more. Okay. Finally clear those guys out. Now I can go up and get Shintakaru Man Shredder. These drakes can also be pretty dangerous, so you need to be a little careful about them. They are point-blank area of effect specialists, elementalists. They can hit really hard if you're not careful. They'll get in your backline and absolutely end your day. Yeah, my signet... I have to wait for my... well, I guess the boss dying recharged my signet. Lion's Comfort puts your signet on recharge. Boy, that's a garbage bar. That's what that was. Yeah, Bull's Charge is not like the super great skill, but it's fine. I'm going to use it on Aurora Glade is what I'm going to do. Let's drop this one for counterattack, because I think counterattack is good. You know, I'm going to go ahead and bring Wild Blow. It's just useful against certain things that enemies will be doing. And I'm going to actually... Yeah, it is useful against certain things that enemies are going to be doing. I do like counterattack here. Because it gains energy, but I think I need... Crippling Sweep is probably more important, question mark? Unless I'm relying on Bull's Charge to keep enemies locked if they're trying to run. Yeah, that's probably fine. I might go with Crippling Victory, though, instead. A little bit less damage than Chilling Victory, because it does cripples instead of plus damage, but the other effects are probably worth it. I'm going to salvage this fiery crest just as I thought. I got a bunch of scales from it. Scales are valuable. Therefore worth getting. Did not expect iron ingots out of that second one, or I would have expert salvaged it in the hopes of getting steel. I think my supply of materials is actually pretty decent right now. I've got 18 steel ingots. More would be good. More steel ingots would be good, actually, at the current quantities that I have. But these are all like things I'm probably going to transfer over to my main account. Okay. Let's go fight some dudes. I'd like to be able to turn in this book because it's going to be worth a lot. It's like 90,000 experience and 9 plat, which is going to really help my war fund for buying skills. Well, that's just rude. Like, I don't need it to persist for a long time either, so. Warthog got angry at us, committed suicide by player character. Nah, I just attacked us because it got angry at us because we hit it. That's fine. I don't have... Yeah, I have a super rune. Oh, I do have a major vigor. I don't have... Absorption doesn't reduce max HP. I just expected to have more HP than I currently do. And I think I'm getting thrown off a little bit because I don't have a shield. I should have minus... Let's see, 35... Sorry, 75. It's really awkward because major vigor for some reason is 41 health. So I'd be losing 34? Part of it doesn't help is because of my vamp weapon. Well, this also confuses things because I have a shield now. This is giving me plus 30 HP. Okay. 76. Yeah, that makes sense. So I'd be 30 lower, so I'd be 46. 446. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. It is what it is. I'm used to having like fortitude mods and stuff, I think, also. Just my HP was looking a little bit low compared to what I'm used to. I think it's... I figured out why. I have done the math. Those guys are jerks. I feel like this mission has an unreasonably long lead up. I don't really feel like doing Riverside right away. So I probably won't. I'll just have to see what time it is when I'm done with this. I wanted to wrap up after about 4 hours anyway, so I have about half an hour left on that. This kind of seems like a good stream length. It's getting late enough is the main thing. And around 7 or a little after. Because I have so many European viewers, it's starting to get pretty late for them, I think, at this point, too. Sharing what I'm thinking about. So. Okay, I should buy more Significance of Capture on this character soon. Well, some White Mantle just died here. I don't know how they're dying to these guys. They're not especially strong. Hey, a Candy Cane Shard. How long have I been playing and I've seen, like, so few of them? Anyway, that gives you an idea of why somebody was charging, like, a bunch of Ecto for 100 of them. They do not drop often enough for how much they want for the hat tokens. It's a bit ridiculous. I guess this isn't as bad of lead up as I sometimes think of it as being. I don't know. Where's the obviescent? Okay. Druid, teach me about crystals. Thank you. I'm going to take this crystal now. Insert it into the thorn pedestal. Yeah, see, that's why I brought that, to get around Drider's defenses. I knew that would be being obnoxious and in my way. Got Stormsinger. I'm gonna pick those up. Maybe I should have had 2 move skills. Not Desert Worm, Relative Forms, stacking all the plus HPs. So part of what's really tricky about that is as soon as you think about it, it's probably on a warrior monk that's like maxing strength, and then you need a bajillion enchantments with symbiosis. And like fertile season and stuff. And I don't know what that actual figure would be. See, it's this middle part here that then like, okay, why is this dragon over here? Obviously you need fortitude. There's some other stuff too. You might want to be, because there's like vital weapon and generous with sangrai, so you might need, and like empowerment, so you might need to be like ritualist secondary, like warrior with some of those. I don't know. I feel like you'd have to look at what the maximum possible like buffs maximum HP are, but it's definitely like it's going to involve a lot of enchantments and stacking them with symbiosis. It's also going to be wildly impractical. But yeah, it's a good question. I have no idea what it is. It's probably thousands of HP. It would be fun to experiment around with a little bit in the like, oh, look at this screenshot sort of sense of experimenting around. Well, that was a Drider's defense too late. Healing Seed was doing a lot of work there. Oh, also there, like, some of the skills you'd use are like the Deldrimmer one that gives you plus HP and armor. Alright, because with Symbiosis, that gives you quite a bit of additional. Yeah, these guys don't actually run from you. They try to apply the smackdown. You have to kind of get close enough to make this actually turn this into a fight. By a wicked evil man. No. Is he vile too? Okay, so here's the thing. You don't call somebody you follow who is a demagogue the demagogue. Like, that's just nonsensical. If you're doing it ironically, most likely. like, a demagogue is what you accuse your enemy of being, you know? Anyway, we want to kill him. I need to get a new mouse pad really badly. This isn't too bad in normal mode. Not great, though. Yeah, they capture that one, then they have to make their way back. The big thing that you need to do here is just keep an eye out on them to figure out who's running their crystal and then take that person down. If you do that over and over and over again, you run out of enemies who are running the crystal and you can win. I don't want to rush into that large group, though, because that sounds like bad tactical decision. This is almost certainly their runner. One bull's there. Okay, here comes our next runner. Big thing is to keep an eye out so they don't slip their runner past us. Yeah. Brought my own heals. Ha ha ha. Yeah, that guy's running him back in to go grab the next crystal to be able to run it, but he's going to have a bad day. That bad day is going to be ending him. Yep. The best offense here is absolutely, or the best defense is a aggressive offense. I honestly think this mission is easier if you do the bonus, because then they can't contest you. Wow, that is a full inventory is what that is. What am I getting here? Max Shelter. This is not a good staff otherwise. I don't really care about Hail. I prefer Insightful usually. It's non-max in other regards, so... Oh, and also you can capture with their crystal for some reason. I don't know why, but it's kind of fun. Yeah, my mouse pad has a, like, wrist pad, but the membrane covering the gel filling to that has long since ruptured and keeps leaking weird unknown goo, and it's not great. I like cover it up with paper towel, but the paper towel keeps sliding because the stuff, despite being super sticky, doesn't keep it in place. I just don't know what to think about that. But anyway, here we are. I use Bull's Charge to help me win at Aurora Glade, and that seems like an interesting time. Where are you going? Honestly, Bull's Charge would be really interesting if it was designed like Charging Strike, the skill, where if it was like you move faster and striking foes in melee knocks them down, and when you hit or use a skill it ends. Like, if it did that, but then had the same sort of, like, shorter recharge, that would actually be rad. Also, my rangers are not doing a very good job of hitting this because they are standing outside. Or they're standing where they're being obstructed right now, which is not prudent, but... what you gonna do? What you gonna do? This guy... okay, I'll get that in the post-loot screen. That also. Does my Ellie have access to Nalani Academy? Almost certainly, right? I should take my Ellie to Nalani Academy, and if I can, I might have... I'm not sure how I would have progressed through those early prof missions. Give me your gold. There we go. Henge of Denravi. Yeah, I need to go hit up a bank and drop some stuff off and clear out some inventory. It's just money. You know, at this point, it's just ID things because I'm gonna sell stuff, I think. Although a lot of the stuff is not IDing super well. Well, Shadow.
Welcome, friend.
Oh, yeah. She needs to give me the secret orders from Avenia, and I don't have the inventory space for that. Okay. Magi Ket. What happened to these Magi in Guild Wars 2 times? Does anybody know? Nope, just cloth. This is probably just wood, but I'll take their thing. Okay. I don't care about Kiera there. Shadow has the quest that I want.
Welcome, friend.
Well, Jones or Jonas, I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna go turn in these secret ores from Avenia. Get this character there at least. And we'll see how we can... it'll be a lot easier to find the freaking Shunlight chest from there, is my thought. Probably don't really need Bull's Charger at this point. I like Charging Strike pretty well, actually. But if you use, like, Endure Pain, Defy Pain, and this Signet, that's a little tricky, though, because... I mean, it'd be just for a moment. But, I mean, you could just stack a bunch of other buffs, so... Signet's really weird. Like, it would be a more logical tactics skill. In regards. Hmm. Anniversary skills are definitely a lower priority of skills to capture. Because they ooh, nice plant fibers. They don't unlock. So they're not part of UAS. I'll get them eventually, but this game has really good ambiance. Okay, as cute as that is, like, I need to actually kill these guys because they're the healers. I still think that one of the best aspects of the design of this game is that monk healers are generally bad at healing themselves because many of their skills say other. And that's something that's lost with a ritualist healer. Like, if you really wanted to nerf ritualist healer, make like men, body, and soul and spirit light and stuff not able to target self. If it was heal target other ally, suddenly it would greatly change how people approached things because they wouldn't be able to have a BIP that heals itself with those skills. It still would probably be a good build. It's just it wouldn't be able to be as like singularly dominant on healing. I still think it's a good idea to spread out your healing instead of putting it all on one character, and I probably could get through Hell's Precipice if I did some amount of that. The other thing that I need is Prot Spirit and Spirit Bond, but Spirit Bond with a Shelter Writ would be the ideal. Nice little dialogue there that I completely ignored and skipped through. I want this back on. Actually, I'm okay with leaving Crippling Victory, though. Being able to stop enemies from running is nice. Okay, now where is... There's the Shinlai chest. Just want to put some stuff away, you know? Yeah, I don't need this Earth Scroll. 95 gold, not bad. It's one of the secrets of prophecies is they actually do give you a lot of golden quest rewards. It's just a slightly randomized amount, and it involves the merchant and selling equipment that is not good. You 10 spirit and a single res skill ranger. Yeah. Okay. Let's... Oh, I just crashed Guild Wars. Neat. Hang on. I'm going to go to technical difficulties. Well, I will send this report to ArenaNet. That'll take a minute for it to finish counting down. I want to check my Elementalist to see if my Ellie was in a good spot for trying to farm some char at Nalani Academy. See if I can get some holiday stuff from that. So that's what I'm kind of planning on doing for the last little bit here. Obviously, I have to post proc manager.cpp application gw.exe assertion s bloom add smooth. So something there bloom. Yeah, it's their post processing functionality apparently crashed right there. Couldn't tell you exactly what was going on with it, but I have now installed the update. Well, I've loaded files. Okay, now we've logged in. Might be a little wonky trying to get it. There we go. An OBS has found it. Okay, where's my elementalists? Right here. Hanging out in Long Eyes Ledge. Like you do. Oh, hey, happy birthday. Miniature Palawa Joko. Go with our miniature Kieran. I have a Baradin family urn and a superior divine favor rune. Neat. Okay. No Nolani Academy. I did not do Runes of Sirmia. That would explain why. Or maybe I started doing Runes of Sirmia and died. That looks likely. Based upon map coverage. Okay. Okay, let's go to my warrior. I'm going to leave this team and see how well I can do against Char and Alani Academy, because I remember I had it on this character. And just see if I can do a little few Char farming runs and get some loot and stuff. And Defy Pain is a more useful skill here, and that doesn't do Bumpkus, so... Victorious Sweep. There we go. Yes, I know it's designed for 4 players, and I'm going in with 1, but it's normal mode. Who cares? I'm not here for Prince Rurik. I am here for the lover. I cannot heal myself without enemies, which is kind of amusing. This is a good spot to just get a lot of low-level foes. I don't know what they did to knock me down. That's a little strange, but whatever. The problem is these guys are not doing a very good job of dropping loot. I got a fruitcake. I will admit this is kind of fun though. Like, you don't often go into this game and just like absolutely wreck a bunch of enemies. It's just not how it's designed. So being able to go back into these old areas with a character that can absolutely wreck a bunch of enemies, a lot of fun. Unfortunately, they probably have some anti-farming code that makes doing that not very efficient. You're probably better off going to the end of like some other areas where you can get stuff dropping things and whatnot, but Defy Pain really lives up to its name, doesn't it? Well, that successfully cleared out all the Char. I'm not going to try to do this mission or anything, but I'm going to do that a few more times. I don't think I'm really going to get anything from doing that, but it seems like fun. Also, the gold drops that I get from that are all mine, so they actually kind of accumulate a little bit relative to what you might expect. Oh, Bane Signet, that's what knocked me down. Yeah, and as soon as I use Defy Pain, I'm basically, like, invincible. There's a Candy Cane Shard and some Charhide and stuff. Collect some loot. Yeah, Bane Signet makes perfect sense. Probably, ideally, would have the anti-knockdown shout from Eye of the North. I'm unstoppable, but... I'm also getting a little unlucky to keep getting this Blaze guy spawning in. I wonder where the best sort of spots to try to farm candy cane shards are. Defy Paint also works super well with the have more max HP than foes thing. Yeah, because I did that and I got a candy cane shard, which is not great. Raptors, Viteer, and Mantid, probably. Yeah. I don't... Where are people farming Mantids? Because the main spot that I would think of would be Shishang Trail or whatever it is between the courtyard in Xingzhe and Nipui Quarter. Oh. I see. There's a spot there where people farm Mantids. Oh, wait. I need to pull the gate lever. Yeah, I'm not... honestly not familiar with most of those farms. I keep getting this monk boss, which doesn't seem ideal. At least I know I don't have to be worried about being knocked down if I'm not attacking. Honestly, I think there are certain things that ought to be exempt from anti-farming code. That they should just try to make more easily accessible to the player. One of those is trophy items. I think making those more easily obtained is good. And like seasonal loot, like snowman summoners and other of those other things. I don't really need the snowman summoner, but I'm just gonna drop that and pick up the snowman summoner and use it because it's fun. Yeah, vanquishes will get you a lot of stuff. Archdruid Ward Vanquish took an extra 30 minutes because he didn't know a single boss group was a roaming set. That is rough. Okay, well, I tried getting candy cane shards from Char and it didn't work super well. Which I think is a bummer, but what you gonna do? Where am I storing Char hides? Over here? Okay, cool. 2 whole fur. Excellent. Most of this stuff is not worth identifying, by the way. It's just too low value. So I'm going to look for anything that's unidentified, but... Okie-doke. Look at that. Just a minuscule amount of money. I think... I'm curious about how... Like, this is definitely limited in how well it could perform over here. But I'm curious about how limited. That's a good swap to make. You know what? Yeah. Again, this build really has things it does not like, but it's probably of dubious value, but it's not useless. So actually, Whirlwind attack here is not going to get me as much value as a Wild Blow is. I'm going to see about trying the Bison tournament. Now, I think I need to bring money with me. Yeah, it's 100 gold. I'm just grab a plat and enter. I don't know how I'm going to do with this. But if I can unlock like Zandra and stuff, that would be useful. Somebody has a Grunge tonic. Actually, I'm going to withdraw 5 plat, and I'm going to go hit up skills person. Buy a few skills, I think. Or at least think about buying a few skills. I don't know why they have to be all the way over here, but... And I remember, I think they fixed it eventually, but there's a bug that was long-standing that would cause animated objects in the environment to stop animating after a while.
Why are you here?
I'm gonna buy 2 Sickness of Capture, Grapple, and I'm gonna check my thing. I meant to do that. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Soldier Speed is maybe not the best skill, but it's okay. Kind of a hard one to know how to use super well. Okay, and I want this platinum to be able to pay entry fees into the Bison tournament. Again, I don't expect to win the Bison fighting tournament by any means. I just want to see how this build does. This is 5 adrenaline. Okay, that's not too bad to get up to. Like, this is a sort of build that will absolutely ruin certain enemies' day and get ruined by, like, the person that spams blind, for example. Besides, that's an elementalist. She might actually be a problem. She might be one of the blind spammers. Yep, that's kind of what I thought might be the case. Yeah. Yeah, if I hadn't answered a Blinding Surge, I'd be able to handle that. But that was just a really, really, really bad luck matchup. I mean, it's exactly what I was talking about, too.
Are you
like,
hunting something?
Some of these are just a bad matchup. Little Tom, I'm pretty sure, is not. Honestly, if I want to do a build like this, I should probably actually go a different weapon. Now his strategy has somewhat been nullified, and I can heal pretty effectively. Also, going a build that has interrupts would be really important. I'm just kind of curious to see how this will do. Well, there's Zandra. Is one of the people I wanted to see. If she uses spirits, she's actually going to be a little bit easier to defeat as long as she's not using the blinding spirit. Okay, she's doing some sort of weird glaive build. That's definitely not going to work super well for her. Okay, I've unlocked Zandra, which is pretty big. For this character. Getting access to a rich list is quite useful. Kamu is the other hero that you can get through this. Okay, Lucas, I'm pretty sure, has a dumb build that I'm a bad matchup for. I'm pretty sure he's like a riposte spammer. Yeah, an auspicious parry. Okay, well, my chances went up. They're not great, but they went up. Using Wild Blow there was not going to be a successful tactic. There are ways of beating this, and those ways are not with a build that can't do anything about blind and blocks. Honestly, the best way of dealing with this would be, or like giving me an edge in here would be to bring Asuran Scan, and then I could drop Wild Blow. But oh yeah, this is that quest. I'm not gonna worry about trying to do more. I wanted to get Zandra. That was kind of my hope, and I was able to easily get her, fairly easily get her. So, I don't know if the big issue here with Zandra is I don't know that I have very much unlocked that would be helpful. I have Dissonance and Union. Yeah. It's kind of... I need Shelter, which... Okay, hang on. If I go to my Ranger... Sure, whatever. I'm not looking to do anything here in Drox right now. I'm looking to go to Kainang. Do I have Senji's? Yo, yeah, I do. Actually, do I have? Okay, okay. 3 things. Now I'm just kind of like account setup brain mode. Right. So I'm not far enough for those things. Where am I at with the account of action? Luxon, okay. Not getting a lot of professions here, but I would like to get a ritualist. Yes. Make me a secondary ritualist. Thank you. One of the things that's really important to know about Ranger in particular is that expertise reduces the cost of binding rituals. So I'm wanting to acquire binding rituals on this character more than on others. Because there's like some reasonable-ish things that you can kind of do with that. Bloodsong would be good to pick up as well. And under Restoration, I'm going to pick up Life on this character. I might grab Explosive Growth on my Necro and Boon of Creation. Let's just grab Shadow Song because that's a good one. Okay. Wonder Weapon, I believe, is already unlocked on my account, so... Okay, that begins to set things up. I'm going to eventually want to grab Soul Twist as well on this character. Won't be able to use it well, obviously, but... and I know where it is at the end of, or near Unwaking Waters from HCH, but I don't know where it is there, so... I'll just drop her off in HCH and call it a day. With regards to that particular push. I still need to probably do the befriending quests. But getting some of those key skills unlocked is kind of a big deal and something that I can use to my advantage. Well, anyway, I think that's going to go ahead and wrap things up for me for today. Yeah, I just wanted to acquire some stuff, and I did acquire some stuff, and I did a bunch of holiday quests, and that was fun. So, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up here, but I want to thank you all very much for watching. I do want to note that next week is the 26th. I am thinking about streaming still, but I'm not, like... Basically, I'm not going to promise that I'm going to stream, like, the day after holidays or anything. I'm inclined to, but I'll have to see if life gets in the way. So, Until next time I see you, thank you all very much for watching. Take care and goodbye.